One championship, 8 races, legendary circuits, drivers from all over the world, one family, one passion, endurance racing. Welcome to the most professional endurance racing series for all drivers, amateurs, semi-professional and professional. Welcome to the 24-hour series powered by Hankook. Round 1, the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. Round 2, the Hankook 12 Hours of MUGELLO. Round 3, Hankook 12 Hours at Spa-Francorchamps. Round 4, Hankook 12 Hours of the Hockenheim Route. Round 5, Hankook 24 Hours of Portimao. Round 6, the Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona for the Trofeo Fermi Valer. Round 7, the Coppa Florio for the Hankook 12 Hours of Sicily. Round 8, the Hankook 24 Hours of Sebring. Can you beat the challenge of 8 endurance races? Will you become the 24-hour series champion for 2021? This is endurance. Call your racing friends and register now.
What a magnificent introduction. Looking forward to what promises to be a spectacular 2021 season. Well, it can't be any worse than 2020, but before we race, what promises to be an incredible year in 2021, we have the small issue of this big race, which is the Mugello 12 Hours, the second half of which is about to get underway here this morning. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Tuscany. Welcome to Mugello and the second half of the Mugello 12-hour race, which, just to make things ever so appropriate for the year 2020, will be run over a distance of 11 hours and 15 minutes. We raced yesterday for 5 hours. The cars crossed the line to take the checkered flag at 5 p.m. local time as the sun was setting. We finished virtually in the dark. Immediately the cars were put into Parc Ferme. They were not touched, and we're ready to race the second half of the event here this morning. It was a Herbert Motorsport, a 1-2. They had a fabulous race throughout the day with, in particular, the American Mercedes team, CP Racing. Charles Espenlaub actually took pole position in qualifying, which took place around about 26 hours ago, yesterday morning. And he is third in the race. We will cap the order for you. So effectively the timing froze at 5 o'clock yesterday deliberately, and that's where we will resume. Robert Renoir in the Herbert Motorsport 91 car to lead the field away. They completed 147 laps yesterday, just under 800 kilometres, and in a few moments time we will set off on one formation lap and then we will come across the line to race green. Well, the track is dry, but it is far from warm here. Just a few days out from the start of winter here in Italy. There is the green flag. As you look backwards from San Donato, it looks as though one of the Porsches slow to get away. Jürgen van Hove, but now gets it fired up. In fact, it's Eric Muitz at the wheel in the car 978. So we are behind the safety car. We will do one formation lap and then we will race. So the order after 147 laps yesterday is Robert Renoir, car 91, In position 1 from Alfred Renoir, his twin brother in car 92, also for Herbert Motorsport. Charles Espenlaub, the American, CP Racing 85, the blue and white Mercedes AMG GT3, and David Gosner in the almost identical machine. David in car 58 for MP Racing. In 4th place, Miklas Bourne. Wow, the Golf GTI TCR car is in 5th place. A lot of teams, we should point out, took the opportunity with a few minutes to go in yesterday's race to come into pit lane and top up with fuel, put on a new set of Hankook slick tyres so they are ready to race fresh here this morning. Miklas Bourne in car 112. Autorama Motorsport, the giant-killing Volkswagen GTIs. Harry Hilders in car 175. Had a pretty good run yesterday. The only real moment for him in the race was a harmless spin on cold tyres into turn 1 at the exit of pit lane. Did a complete 360, kept the car going. He's in 6th place. Dropped down to about 9th after that little moment, but fought his way back to get inside the top 10. He's in 6th place. Konstantin Kletzer finished the race yesterday in car 1, also for Team Autorama Motorsport. Fabian Dance in position 8, Top Car Sport. Mathieu Detry, AC Motorsport, the Audi TCR, and Nico Verdonk in the Pro Sport Aston Martin GT4 car. The first of the GT4 cars here in the race. Sergio Paulo Dietz in the M4 GT4. Eric Mowitz, who's in the Belgian 978 Porsche. Ted Van Villet, Guillaume Roman, Andreas Butkavicius in the Lithuanian Lamborghini. Luke Bruckers and Marco Tallarico in the Epi Motors 718 Porsche. So the lights are out on the safety car. Welcome to Bellissima Toscana. Welcome to beautiful Tuscany. Welcome to the final event of what has been a very strange 2020. This is the second half of the 12 hours of Mugello. It is the final round of the 2020 championship. Robert Renoir, his twin brother Alfred, in the Herbert Motorsport Porsches lead the field up to the line. And for the final time in 2020, we race. Charles Espenlaub going down the inside in the Mercedes, but David Gosner will round him up around the outside. Alfred takes his twin brother to go into the lead position 1. The first series of corners, Poggio Secco and up to Borgo San Lorenzo, the field going through. One of the TCR cars going wide on one of the few parts of the circuit that does have asphalt runoff. The Mugello circuit famously having merciless gravel traps and grass. Track limits not really an issue here at all in any category of racing. There is David going through in car 58 in 4th place. So the Mercedes in 3 and 4. The Porsches 1 and 2. The opening lap of the race, it is lap 149 for the leaders. Renoir, Robert, and then Alfred and Charles Espenlaub, the first 3 on 149 laps. And then David Gosner is quite a few behind as we go on board for the first time today. Luke Broikers down in 16th place. They were parked in the pits for a long period of time with a technical issue. They lost around about 20 or 30 laps. So they're still in the race. Also, the Lithuanian Lamborghini will look for them to see how far they can come charging up through the field. They started 11 laps down. Andreas Butkavicius behind the wheel of the 720 RD Signs Racing Team Huracan GT3. They're also carrying one of our onboard cameras as the leaders come across the line for the first racing lap here this morning. Alfred down into turn 1, Robert second, and as Charles from Tampa, Florida, USA in 3rd place. David Gosner looks good here this morning. 4th place, Charles Espenlaub in 5th place. 6th place, David Gosner. 7th place, David Gosner. 5th place, Charles Espenlaub. 4th place, David Gosner. 6th place, David Gosner. 5th place, Charles Espenlaub. 4th place, David Gosner. 6th place, David Gosner. 5th place, Charles Espenlaub. 4th place, David Gosner. 6th place, David Gosner. 5th place, Charles Espenlaub. 4th place, David Gosner. 6th place, David Gosner. 5th place, Charles Espenlaub. 4th place, David Gosner. 6th place, David Gosner. 5th place, Charles Espenlaub. 4th place, David Gosner. 6th place, David Gosner. 5th place, Charles Espenlaub. 4th place, David Gosner. 6th place, David Gosner. 5th place, Charles Es As we've just got one of the Porsches, meanwhile, off screen, coming into pit lane. So we'll try and keep an eye on that for you. It may have been the EB Motors car. As we concentrate on the battle, not for the lead, but for second place. Charles in third in the Mercedes, chasing down the two Porsches in front of him. That's Robert, car 91. Alfred in car 92, Herbeth Motorsport. They've had a fantastic 2020. Of course, they won quite a few times earlier on in the season already. They took victory in the Hankook 12 hours off Monza. They also won earlier in the season over in Portimao. A 1-2 finish it was in the 24 hours of Portimao. It was back in June, one of the first races to get underway after the restart, when this invisible evil virus, well, we should call it a sensational issue, not to get political, but gee, when will this nightmare end? We are back on track for the final time in 2020. We are looking forward, we are looking positive for 2021, I should say. This is the final round of 2020. You can see the fog still heavy hanging over the circuit here in mid-November. Alfred starts lap 151 now, 5.2 kilometres of this famous circuit built back in the early 1970s. Replacing the original road circuit, we go back on board with Luke Broikers. They're on 111 laps. So quite a distance behind the top TCR car, incidentally. Still Miklas Born, car 112 in 5th place on 139 laps, just 4 behind the GT3 of David Gosner. That is a giant killing performance from the Autorama Motorsport team. The GTI Golf in 5th place, the other Autorama car, Konstantin Gletzer, in 7th place outright. Speaking of which, that is Konstantin, just ahead in car 1. You look at the Autorama Volkswagen. The Swiss team, Konstantin sharing the car with Jasmin Preissig, Philipp Hagnauer, Stefan Tenner and Yannick Mettler. So Konstantin in 7th place, Harry Hilders in 6th, and they are on the same lap. There's 4 seconds separating them. Try and get a glimpse of the yellow machine. Just going through Arrabbiata 1 now, as we stare through the windscreen of Luke Broika's 101 Cupra TCR car. Just hanging on through Arrabbiata 2. They climb the hill at the far part of the circuit. Gets a run now. There's many laps between these two cars. 139 versus 112. So that's something like, oh, my mathematics is poor, so 39 minus 12. 27 laps between the two. Luke Broikers, they've still got more than 6 hours to try and work their way up through the field. As you look at the battle for second place, Robert going through, head of Charles. Here's David Gosner, MP Racing, has just dropped off a little bit. 4th place, there is quite a few laps between the leading trio. It is shaping up to be a battle between the two Porsches from Herbeth Motorsport and CP Racing in the Mercedes AMG GT3. Back on board with Luke Broikers, a father-son outfit from the Netherlands, the 101 Cupra TCR. Direct shift gearbox down into San Donato, or up into San Donato, I should say. The track rises quite dramatically here at Mugello. Something like a 50-metre elevation change. A fabulous circuit, a real driver's track. Of course, on the Formula One World Championship calendar for the first time just a couple of months ago. Rave reviews from the Grand Prix Circus. Unfortunately, for the moment, it misses out on an F1 Grand Prix in 2021, but the Formula One calendar published just a few days ago, it had an enormous asterisk beside it marked as provisional. Who knows what will happen in the next 12 months. It can't get any stranger than what has happened this year. But it's great to be back on track to finish out the 2020 24-hour series. You are watching us live on 24hseries.com, the official website of Creventic, the organisational team behind this magnificent endurance series. You just saw in the introduction, the 2021 calendar looks fabulous, starting at Dubai in the United Arab Emirates on the third weekend of January, which is not too far away. In fact, it's just on 2 months to the day. And the government of the United Arab Emirates throwing open the doors to their magnificent country over there in the Arabian Gulf. The Dubai Autodrome, as Constantine goes up the inside and takes one of the BMWs. Not for a position though. Ted Van Vliet, who's on, just trying to see the difference, 138 laps. And Constantine starting lap 142. So 4 laps between them. Alfred continues to lead from his twin brother Robert, Herbeth Motorsport. From outside Munich in Germany, so experienced, a world-class endurance team. The VLN series, they've had so much success there. The Nürburgring Long Circuit Series. And also in the ADAC GT Masters. Some outings in GT Open. And also Blancpain GT or GT World Challenge. We say good morning to our friends racing down in the south of France at Paul Ricard this weekend. The final round of their series as well. So endurance racing is well and truly alive. It was one of the first series to get back on track in 2020. As we take a wide view of the Mugello circuit, you can see the track. It is dry, but there is still moisture on the track. Offline, off the racing line. No rain overnight, but just the dew and the fog which is still hanging over the circuit. The condensation of moisture makes the track far from ideal off the racing line. We are expecting a temperature of around about 17 degrees Celsius this afternoon. That does seem optimistic, to be honest, as the sun just tries to poke its head through the clouds and the fog hanging over the Tuscan countryside here this morning. The field come down the straight. That is the Ligier, being driven by Guillaume Roman. Ted Van Vliet in the JR Motorsport E92 M3 BMW. That's Luke Breukers, the orange Cupra TCR DSG from the Netherlands, of course, with the Dutch flag proudly emblazoned on the roof of the TCR car. They'll be going absolutely flat strap here this morning with nothing to lose. They're starting lap 116. The top TCR car is Miklas Born, who's starting lap 143. They lost a ton of time parked in the garage yesterday. As you look at car 1, Konstantin Kletzer in the TCR. Look how he gathers up the BMW GT4 going down the hill on the exit of Casanova. Miklas Born, car 112, in 5th place outright. Konstantin Kletzer, this is not a move for position between any of these 3 cars. The M4 just ahead of Ted Van Vliet in 13th place. Konstantin is in 7th. And you're right on board with Luke Broikes, who's trying to climb his way back through the field. But still a fabulous dice between all three of them. And the TCR car goes around the outside and puts the GT4 M4 BMW back a position on the track. That was a nice move. Nice piece of racing here in the 12 hours off Mugello. These TCR cars, there are near on 1,000 of them in existence since this category was introduced in the middle part of this past decade. Our friend and colleague Mark James telling us, I think it was around about a year ago, that the car count was at something like 800, and I'm trying to remember what Mark told me, 820 or 870, and that was over a year ago. So we're up near the 1,000 mark of the TCR cars. They're also racing for the final time this weekend, the World Touring Car Racing Cup over at it's at Aragon in Spain. Either way, it's at a place, at a circuit where the weather is guaranteed to be a lot better than it is here this morning. We tick over the first half hour mark, first 20-minute mark, I should say, of the race. Just under 6 hours of the race remaining. We raced 5 hours yesterday, 6 hours 15 here this morning. Here's David Gostner coming into view as the leaders now already approach lap traffic here this morning. Fabian Dance making way in the Top Car Sport entry. Yes, the TCR cars are virtually unbreakable. Can be driven to the absolute limit, and they're surprisingly quick too. Lapping in just on the 2-minute mark. As Nico Verdonk in 10th place comes into view. Climbs up the hill in car 401, the GT4 Aston Martin. The top TCR car still. In fact, it's been a bit of a change. Harry Hilder's now into 5th place because Nicholas Bourne has just come into pit lane. So the first pit stop here this morning is Nicholas Bourne. It looks as though it's just for tyres. He may take the opportunity to go into the refuelling zone as well. The team from Creventic on hand to refuel all the cars. It is a separate refueling area. They do not refuel in the actual box in front of the pit garage. It's on the entry to the pits. They can peel off into what was the Parc Ferme area last night. Automated refueling system. There's Guillaume on screen, 226, the Nordschleifer Racing Ligier. So Nicholas Bourne, or the 112 Autorama car, no fuel, just tyres, rejoins in 9th place. Nicholas stays behind the wheel. So Harry Hilders now into 5th place in the 175 Cupra. Harry Hilders, quite an experienced driver in the 24-hour series. Also one that's had quite a bit of experience racing in the Dubai 24-hour race. And he's in 5th place at the moment. Bascoiton Racing NKPP entry. The Cupra TCR on 146 laps. Car 175 in 5th place. This is Luke Broekers, quite a strong presence from the Dutch driver. Dutch drivers, plural I should say, quite a few of them here from the Benelux area, some Belgian run cars. And this is the Dutch machine of Luke Broekers and Harry Hilders. Actually winner of the Silverstone 24-hour race in his class back in 2015. He actually won also the 24 Hours of Barcelona way back in 2011. Second in the TCR category 2 years ago in the Touring Car Endurance Series. And also fourth, I think it was 4 or 5 years ago, 2016 for Harry, who's in 5th place. He's just coming out of Corinthians now as you still continue this lap with Luke Broekers on the limit of the car's performance, end of the track. ...119 laps. Alfred Renoir still continues to lead. Robert in 2nd place has now put 2.5, almost 3 seconds back to Charles Espinal, the American. They're out of sequence with the pit stops, so it will come down to strategy towards the end of the race. This is Nico Verdonk, 4:01. And this is the Lithuanian Lamborghini in the pits. Andrius Butkavicius gets out of the car. Having started the race this morning, new set of Hankook slick tyres going on this magnificent V10 GT3 machine. The Raging Bull racing here at the home of the Prancing Horse. The only Italian supercar here at Mugello this weekend. Ironically, the circuit that is owned by Ferrari. We're not so far from Bologna, the home of Lamborghini. Neither the home of Ferrari, which is of course Maranello, which is less than an hour's drive from this circuit. And they leave pit lane, nice stop. They're on 129 laps. The Lithuanian Lamborghini with 3 Lithuanian drivers and the Latvian of Artūrs Petraks, who started the race yesterday. And he now gets in behind the wheel, does Artūrs. Will come into view as he leaves pit lane. What a sight that is. That menacing, ferocious Lamborghini. The headlights are on as he goes down into turn 1. That's a supercar in the true sense of the meaning. GT3 machine. It is GT3s running 1, 2, 3 and 4. With the 2 Porsches, the 2 Mercedes. The Lamborghini, it is well out of contention after missing the start yesterday by 11 laps. But they're still entertaining the non-existent crowd here at the circuit, but plenty of you watching on live here this morning, the final event of 2020. Great to have your company. This is the 12 hours of Mugello. We are underway. The second half of the race here this morning. We raced 5 hours yesterday. The cars locked into Parc Fermé overnight. The teams could not work on the car for risk of an instant 10-lap penalty. No team elected to do that. There was no one with major or terminal issues. So we continue on this morning as we crossed the line yesterday. As the sun set here in Bellissima Toscana at 5 p.m. yesterday afternoon. It's the Porsches 1 and 2. Luke Broekers getting plenty of coverage here this morning. The great thing about endurance racing, of course, or one of the great things, is the amount of laps these drivers do in terms of racing budgets for the season. If you calculate it lap for lap, there is no comparison. Luke Broekers, even after that incident yesterday where they were parked in the garage for probably a good half an hour to 3/4 of an hour, they're still competing And they're still raced already 120 laps, and we're only at half race distance. There's not too many categories in world motorsport. In fact, there's none that can compare with this. Last year, the Mugello 12 Hours, we raced 330 laps. Unlikely to go near that this morning, given the race is slightly shorter in distance. As you ride on board with Nicholas Bourne in car 112. Nicholas, a young driver from Switzerland, only his second year in kart racing, a pretty strong kart racing career. Second year in car racing, I should say. Racing in the ADAC GT Masters, some VLN endurance racing. And this is the AC Motorsport Audi. Matteo Detri at the wheel, a super interesting driver lineup. Matteo Detri behind the wheel, sharing it. The AC Motorsport car. 118, the Audi TCR machine, with Stefan Perrin, who was a former Formula One engineer for the Ligier team way back in the 1990s, and working under Alain Prost when the four-time world champion took over the French, virtually the national team, which was Ligier, became Prost Grand Prix. Stefan Perrin, engineer with the Prost Grand Prix team. We're talking drivers the calibre of Jarno Trulli, Gaston Mazzacane, Pedro Diniz. A good quarter of a century ago now, but a handy driver himself is Stefan Perrin. And of course, James Kay from England, the two-time independents, British touring car champion, so experienced. Here's James Kay. As the top car, Cupra, comes into pit lane. That's Fabian Dance. Gets out from behind the wheel. We'll just try and see who gets in. Car 131, which pits from 9th place. Swiss driver Adrian Speska and Kari-Pekka Laaksonen from Finland sharing the driving duties here this weekend. The Finn with the two Swiss drivers. Car 131, the Hankook Slicks. Smart work from the top car team. Of course, only the two mechanics allowed to work on the car. Instigated for 2020 just to appease, well, people that needed to be appeased, to say, no, we're not getting too close to each other. If we just have two mechanics, that's safe. And they bought that. You can sense the sarcasm in my voice. We can't have any more than two mechanics working on the car because we'd be too close to each other, and that would be terrifyingly dangerous, would it not? There's the Ligier on screen just ahead of the Audi. Let's not get political. It is the last race of the year, and we are delighted to be on track here at Mugello. The sun will even make an appearance this afternoon, actually just starting to poke through the clouds now as we speak. So the 131 Tokar Sport Cupra in 13th place. It is Kari-Pekka Laaksonen, the Finnish driver, who is now behind the wheel. Starting lap 147. This is the Ligier of Guillaume Roman, 226 in 10th place. With Matteo Detri behind on the road, but ahead on the track. Matteo in 7th on 149 laps. Guillaume on 146. And this is Nicholas Bourne, 112. The Autorama Motorsport Golf GTR, or GTI TCR car, just checks the mirrors. The kink on the main straight, which is anything but, going down into San Donato, turn 1. So Autorama, the giant killing team, who have already wrapped up the team's championship in the TCR class for 2020. And this is Luke Broikers, the father and son team, Ivo and Luke Broikers. The Broikers family from the Netherlands. As you look at the Audi TCR, it certainly was the car to beat, probably 2 seasons back in TCR racing worldwide. 2017, 2018, that's when the Audi was dominating TCR racing. Still extremely competitive. The 4-door sedan probably usurped its authority, did the Hyundai i30 there at, well, the end of 2018, 2019. Did the i30 Hyundai, but the Audi still super competitive in 7th place here. The LMS direct shift gearbox, or DSG, RS3 TCR car in 7th place. On your screen now, behind the Ligier, which is the lightest car in the field. We made mention of that yesterday. Just 980 kilograms is the JS2 Ligier, the French manufacturer. We spoke about Stéphane Perrin, who is driving the Audi AC Motorsport. Well, he used to work for the Ligier F1 Grand Prix team, and his co-driver Matteo Detri is coming up behind the manufacturer of the Grand Prix team he used to work for, although a very different company these days. Down into turn 15 into Puccini corner. There is the sunshine. That's a tremendously welcome sight here this morning. Just coming through the clouds. The track is dry, but it is far from gripped up here this morning. The Ligier, powered by the V6 Ford, pushing out 330 horsepower. Good for just over 240 kilometres an hour. It sits quite low on the circuit, almost like a mini GT40 in shape and stature. Very aerodynamic, quite light. Guillaume Robard, Nordschleifer Racing, the JS2R Ligier in 10th place. Traffic jam just disappearing at the bottom of your screen into Borgo San Lorenzo. There it is. M4 BMW, and this is the race leader, Alfred Renoir, Herbeth Motorsport. Down through Casanova into Arrabbiata 1 and Arrabbiata 2. So Alfred car 92 on your screen now is the race leader on lap 165. There's his twin brother, there's his teammate. There's the car in 2nd place right behind. That's Robert. We go back to Charles. Well, Charles Espenlove from Florida, USA in 3rd place, but has fallen back 11, almost 12 seconds behind the twin German brothers who run 1 and 2 for the Herbeth Motorsport team. This is Nico Verdonk in 9th place now for Pro Sport Racing, and at the moment they are achieving their goal of being the top GT4 car in the race here today. 5 hours, 40 minutes left to the checkered flag here this evening. Herbeth Motorsport taking victory already in 2020. As we mentioned, the 24 hours of Portimao. They also won at Monza. It was Bas Koten Racing, though, who won at Hockenheim. 12 hours of Hockenheim, 16 hours I should say. But the Herbeth Motorsport team, fabulous documentary that we saw. Not sure if you caught it on which channel it was. Surely it's floating around somewhere on YouTube, of the Herbeth Motorsport team brothers from Munich in Germany. the racing family. So professional they are. They come up to put another lap on the Ligier. There's the Audi just behind of Matteo Detri. Can't quite recall which channel it was or which broadcast production house produced it, but it was a real behind-the-scenes look at Alfred and Robert and the commitment they put into motorsport all over the world. In fact, we expect to see them on the grid at Dubai also. The 24 hours of Dubai on the 16th of January as they come by Harry Hilders, who's still in 5th place, doing a good job in the TCR car. He's on 153 laps and the leaders just go by him. They're on 165. They complete just right now 166 laps as Hilders across the line in position 5. The first non-GT3 car. It's a TCR machine. Last time round, a 2 minutes 3 for Harry. 10 seconds off the pace of the GT3 Porsches, as you would expect on this circuit, which is just over 5.2 kilometres in length. Baskuten Racing from the Netherlands, the Cupra TCR. Konstantin Kletzer now up into 6th place. Autorama Motorsport, 2 cars here this weekend. They're in 6th and 8th. Konstantin Kletzer in 6th. Miklas Born still behind the wheel of car 112 in 8th place, with Matteo Detri in the AC Motorsport Audi in between the 2 VWs. And this is the Cupra once again. Hovland Broikers down in 17th place. No chance of a result realistically, but still enjoying racing here in the final endurance race of the 24-hour series for 2020. There is the sunshine here as we're just a few days out from the winter starting, or the winter season getting underway here in Italy. There is snow on the mountains nearby here in Toscana or Tuscany. We're about 30 kilometres from the historic city of Firenze or Florence. Not far from the coast, the Tyrrhenian Sea. So much history here in Italy. Of course, Pisa, with its famous awkwardly standing tower, is about half an hour's drive from here. The coastal towns of Forte dei Marmi, Viareggio, beautiful part of the world. And here in Motor Valley as well. We went through it yesterday, just listing some of the manufacturers in the world of motoring. Of course, this circuit is owned by Ferrari. Maranello is only about half an hour's drive from here. Bologna, where Lamborghini is situated. Ducati also, Dallara, race car manufacturer, situated at Parma, about 1 hour away. So many suppliers to the motoring world as well. The Alpha Tauri Formula One team, 75 kilometres from here in the town of Faenza. We're not far from Misano MotoGP circuit on the Adriatic coast. There is the Lamborghini right on cue, which is manufactured in Bologna, which is not far from here at all. In Italy's Motor Valley. Marco Talarico on board briefly, the EB Motors 473 GT4 Porsche. And the GT3 Porsches lead the way, Robert and Alfred. About to complete lap 168 as the Pro Sport 401 Aston Martin Vantage of Nico Verdonk leaves pit lane. Just a tyre change for Nico. Stays behind the wheel, does the Belgian. Semi-pro driver. Semi-pro in classification, but in reality super pro. Professional racing driver for the best part of the last decade. After a strong international kart racing career that finished way back in 2002, he's been a car racing driver at the highest levels of TC and endurance racing. Even some open wheel experience as well for Nico Verdonk. Stays behind the wheel. Falls down to 14th place from 9th. With that pit stop, he's on 150 laps. But Matteo Detri, who's in 7th place, is on the same lap. There is Nico, just lets the leaders go by. GT3 Porsches lead the GT4. Aston Martin down the hill through Casanova into Arrabbiata 1 and 2. This never-ending right-hander. They briefly straighten the wheel before they climb the hill. A series of S's down into Corantayo. You're riding on board with Nico Verdonk in the GT4 Aston Martin Vantage. A beautiful car. The British machine run by the Belgian team, prepared by Pro Sport Racing. Nico sharing the driving duties with Carrie Schreiner and Roderick Gillion from Belgium. Carrie, she's from Germany, just 22 years of age, racing in the ADAC GT Masters Series. GT3 experience as well for Carrie Schreiner. And she'll be taking over the wheel of the Aston Martin before too long. You can see the time at the top of your screen. We're approaching half race distance almost exactly. 5 hours, 32 minutes left on the clock. As Robert goes through turn 1, the sun comes out to shine, glistening off the matte black paintwork of the 91 Porsche. Herbeth Motorsport, his twin brother Alfred, goes through in 2nd place, 1 and 2. The team from Germany. Charles Espenloeb now falls back quite a distance in 3rd place. The Americans in the CP Racing AMG Mercedes. And just as we say that, there's some traffic for Robert Renoir coming up behind. Nicholas Bourne, who's in 8th place in the Autorama Volkswagen. Charles Espenloeb comes into pit lane for a fuel stop. Thirsty machine is the GT3 AMG Mercedes-Benz, a 6.3 litre engine. Producing, I was a little bit too optimistic with my figures yesterday. In this endurance spec, just over 500 or the mid 500 horsepower range. The Lamborghini putting out well over 600. And Charles now comes into pit lane from the refueling station. This is the Lamborghini. On board with Arturs Petrax, who's on lap 139. So Charles has left pit lane after that fuel stop. Car 85 on your screen now stays behind the wheel. Does the driver from Tampa, Florida. That puts them a lap down for the moment on the Porsches. So they're on a different strategy. CP Racing, the Americans in the AMG, and Robert and Alfred in the 911 GT3R Porsches. Robert on 170 laps. He's on his 171st lap. Coming up to almost 900 kilometres raced here as Arturs Petrax goes through, lets Charles go by. You saw that from out the windscreen of the Lamborghini GT3. Lets the GT3 Mercedes go through. Charles in third place. Now Alfred comes into pit lane for a fuel stop from second place, as does David Gosner from fourth in the MP Racing Mercedes. He's 6 laps down on Charles is David Gosner. Remember, he had that trip into the gravel yesterday, still in fourth place in the race. He's now in pit lane, being refueled, as is Alfred in the 92 Porsche. This will put Charles Espenlaub back into second place. Miklas Bourne still in 8th place in the Autorama Volkswagen. That's a good result for the TCR car, but the problem for him is Harry Hilders, Konstantin Gletzer, Matteo Detri are all in the TCR class as well, and they are ahead of him. Harry in 5th, Konstantin 6th, Matteo 7th place, Miklas, who you ride on board with in 8th, Guillaume Roman, the TCX car in 9th. And Ted Van Villet on your screen in the GT4 M4 has just been passed. Ted Van Villet, the JR Motorsport BMW in 11th place. And the similar machine of Sergio Paulo Diaz, Team Aviasoj Rennsport, their M4 GT4 is the top GT4 car, still in 10th place. In pit lane, the Abbey Motors Porsche 718 GT4. Marco Tallarico was at the wheel of that car, which is in 15th in the GT4 category. They are 6 laps behind Nico Verdonk, mate. That's 7 laps behind Nico Verdonk in the Aston Martin GT4. The top GT4 car still Sergio Paulo Diaz from Spain in the GT4 BMW, who is just a lap ahead of Nico, but still to pit. He's the Spanish driver in the German car here in Italy, Sergio Paulo Diaz in 10th place. The Abbey Motors 718 GT4 leaves pit lane in 15th place. There's Charles coming through in 3rd place. Alfred still in the pits after that long fuel stop. There's Eric Boyd's going through in the 978 Speed Lover Porsche 991 Cup car in 12th. They got as high as 5th yesterday with Jorgen van Hove behind the wheel. They've just been given a penalty for speeding in pit lane, has the Porsche from Belgium. Eric Muitz behind the wheel in 12th place will have to serve a penalty for speeding in pit lane just a few moments ago. Abbey Motors Porsche on track in 15th place, the all-Italian team racing in the Italian GT Championships at Monza. Just a few weeks ago in the GT4 category, we spoke about the Italian GT4 Championships at length yesterday as David Gosner, the MP racing car, leaves pit lane. In fact, it's Manuela who gets behind the wheel for the first time this weekend. The pro driver Manuela in the Gosner family racing team. 2 starts now in the legendary Le Mans 24-hour race. The mother of all endurance races is Le Mans, of course, even taking into consideration the Nürburgring 24-hour race, which is a different beast, to be honest. This is Konstantin Kletzer getting out of the car. Jasmin Preissig. She gets into the car. Autorama Volkswagen. This crack team from Switzerland. Car 1 in 8th place in the pits. Konstantin had a good run this morning. That was a good stint. We had about 45 minutes behind the wheel. He took the checkered flag yesterday evening. Straps Jasmine into the car. This bulletproof, unbreakable, touch wood, Volkswagen GTI Golf TCR car closes the door. The car will come off the jacks in a moment. New Hankook slicks. Down it goes. And Jasmine exits pit lane. We'll see where she does rejoin. Konstantin pitted from 8th place. Just leaves pit lane now. Should still hold that position. Guillaume Roman in the TCX entry, still the touring car racing category entry. There's Jasmine staying well to her left. Did I get that right? Her right of the blend line going down into San Donato. Just a little confusing. Look at her coming backwards from our screen. She stayed on the right side of the correct side of the blend line, let's put it that way. No penalties given for that issue or potential issue throughout the course of the race. Indeed, all the drivers have been telling us that the traffic has been quite good throughout the day. Yesterday, very few incidents. Surprisingly, for a GT touring car race, there's very few, if any, cars which have got damaged bodywork, more than just the light scratch. Certainly no caved-in panels that we've been able to pick up on our broadcast throughout the first part of the race. So we move into the second half of the race comfortably. It is the Mugello 12 hours, which will be raced, confusingly, over 11 hours and 15 minutes in 2 halves. Yesterday and today, Saturday, the final event of 2020. Nicholas Bourne, a long stint this morning in car 112, goes through, goes down the hill out of Casanova. This is Arrabbiata 1. Now climbs the hill past the main circuit entry. Over the Ripple Strip, Arrabbiata 2. And then down through this chicane, the right-left, which leads into Corantayo, at the far high part of the circuit. Nothing but sand on the exit, as James Kay found out yesterday in morning practice. Fortunately, it was in practice. Matteo Detri in the AC Motorsport car. His teammate has now got the AC Motorsport Audi DSG RS3 TCR car into 6th place. Harry Hilder still in position 5. As the race leaders come into pit lane. This is Robert Renoir, stays in the car, it looks like. New sticker tyres going on the Porsche. The Hankook slicks. That was a slick stop and he's out. Nice work by the Herbeth Motorsport team. That was really impressive work. Just the 2 mechanics can work on the car. Sticker tyres on the Porsche car 91, pitted from the lead. On lap 174, we're approaching 1,000 kilometres raced thus far in the final event of 2020. The 12 hours of Mugello. Robert stays behind the wheel. Vincent Kolb has got behind the wheel of car 92 in 2nd place. Charles still in 3rd. The American in the German car here in Italy. Espenlove from Florida in the AMG Mercedes, 21 seconds behind Vincent Kolb in 2nd place. Manuela Gosner. Let's see what the pro driver can do in 4th place. One of the stars here this weekend, so much experience racing in the Ferrari Challenge. Manuela Gosner, she raced in the Le Mans 24 Hours in the GTE class for the first time in 2019. She raced with the Iron Dames team, finishing 4th in the European Le Mans Series just a few weeks ago. Did she conclude that and combined a second start in the Le Mans 24-hour team, again with the Le Mans 24-hour race, again with the Iron Dames team. She gets behind the wheel of car 58 for the first time this weekend. She's on lap 166, has 8 laps behind the leaders. She comes across the start-finish line now. As you look at Nico Verdonk, who'll have to make way for Robert in car 91. There's Ted Van Vliet and the M4 BMW as Robert goes around the outside. The GT3 Porsche, the GT4 Aston Martin. Robert, that slick stop, that was one of the best stops. Fuel, new sticker tyres. Robert stays in the car, comes across the line and starts lap 176. Manuela, she's on lap 167. Former professional volleyball player, professional race car driver, with her family members. Car 85, of course, her sister Karina, Thomas and David, her father and brother. And of course, they've all got experience racing in the Ferrari Challenge. That's where the Gosner family really made a name for themselves in the world of car racing. And Thomas, her father, not to mention the fact that he's a world-class hang glider as well. Thomas, over 100 starts in the past decade in the Ferrari Challenge. 13 or 14 podiums, I think, off memory, in the Ferrari Challenge, the best part of a decade. The Ferrari Challenge World Finals, incidentally, which took place right here at Mugello in 2019. I told you yesterday they were cancelled for 2020. Let's change that to postponed. The Ferrari Challenge World Finals to take place at Misano in March of 2021. That's the 2020 event. Yeah, everything's confusing this year, isn't it? Manuela, she's behind the wheel. The family from Bolzano in the very north of Italy. She's in 4th place. Robert leads car 91, Herbeth Motorsport. Vincent Kolb 2nd, car 92, Herbeth Motorsport. Charles Espenlove from Florida, USA, CP Racing, the Mercedes, in 3rd place. Manuela Gosner, MP Racing, first time behind the wheel this weekend in race conditions. She's in 4th in the AMG Mercedes car 58. And Harry Hilders, the first non-GT3 car, the first TCR car, the Dutchman. Let's use the cliche. He's flying. He is a Dutchman. Harry Hilders, car 175, in position 5 outright. We'll take a short break. You are watching us live. The final event of 2020. This is the 12 Hours of Mugello. We'll be back in just a moment.
Yeah.
The one with no name.
I think it's when you can see this one, it's not always clear.
Most of them was okay. Much better, thank you. Thank you. We welcome you back to Mugello. And there is still no change in the lead. It is still the German drivers in the German cars running 1 and 2. Robert Renoir, Herbert Motorsport. Car 91. About to come across the line. And start lap 186. Vincent Kolb, car 92. Is now 2 laps behind, and Charles Espenlaub is just 8 seconds behind Vincent in 3rd place. Manuela Gosner, we're keeping an eye on her. She's in 4th place, and her last time round was a 154.371 in traffic, so she's not going as quick as Charles last time round, at least. Who's in 3rd place? The American driver Matteo Datre, driving superbly. The AC Motorsport Audi TCR car 5th place outright, ahead of the TCX or TC Touring Car Endurance category Ligier and BMW M3, much more powerful car. Some GT4 cars in there as well, the TCR cars. In fact, they're 5, 6, 7, 8. Just as I say that, is Matthew comes into pit lane for a fuel stop. There's the Lamborghini, the Lithuanians on screen. Who is their Latvian co-driver, Artūras Petraks. You ride on board with this ferocious Huracan GT3 car. They were going so well in practice and qualifying. Qualified 5th quickest. Had an unfortunate encounter with the barriers on the warm-up lap for the race itself, which consigned them to a pit lane start 11 laps down. They're still out there circulating. Artūras Petraks from Latvia, the Lithuanians Martinis Kriška, Edžedičius, Gutravicius, and Audrijas Butchevičius. Terrible pronunciation. I don't speak Lithuanian, so apologies to our friends watching up in the very north of Europe. We'll just say the Lithuanian Lamborghini. It looks superb. It sounds fantastic. The V10 pushing out well over 600 horsepower, echoing through the empty grandstand ghostly here at Mugello. So Matteo Detri is in pit lane, being refueled. Miklas Bohr now into 5th place in car 112. The order to the left of your screen. Herbert Motorsport, 186 laps completed for Robert Renoir, a 35-year-old from Dachau, outside Munich in Germany. The Bavarian state, his world-class endurance racing team of Herbert Motorsport. Already a couple of victories in 2020. They run 1 and 2. As you look at Manuela Gosner, we spoke about her. This is her on screen, car 58. The Gosner family. Manuela, her sister Karina, father Thomas, and brother David. Super sporting, successful family. And they're in 4th place here in the 58 Mercedes. That's car 91. In position 1, Robert Renoir just goes by one of the Autorama TCR Volkswagen Golfs. Is the BMW coming across the line of Oscar Grappa, JR Motorsport in 13th. GT4 spec car, the blue flag is out for traffic, which drivers have told us it's been pretty good. Look at this, what a ferocious sight this is. A genuine supercar, the Huracan GT3 Lamborghini down into San Donato, or up I should say, because the hill is quite deceptive. Now you can see the rise as the race leaders go around Miklas Bohr. This is Matteo Detri down in pit lane, has just refueled. A driver change as well. We'll see who takes over. Either the French driver Stéphane Perrin or the Englishman James Kay. New stickhead Hankook slicks about to go onto the TCR Audi. The AC Motorsport team. Just the two mechanics allowed to work on the cars here for 2020, a new innovation, a rule, enforced upon us. Well, we actually volunteered that just to prove to people that, yeah, it is safe to work. It is safe for the world to continue on. The sky is not falling. If we have to work with two mechanics in pit lane, so be it. And that subdued the panic for those, well, who make various decisions that affect others. On board with Artuis, RD Science Racing Team Lamborghini. You can see the familiar shape of the dash. From the road car, it has been spec'd to a GT3 race car built by the factory in Bologna. AC Motorsport car, they're still down in pit lane, so that stopped taking a little longer than they would have hoped. They just leave the box now. Car 188, the AC Motorsport Audi, leaves pit lane with JK behind the wheel. The two-time independent British touring car champion, James Kay, takes the wheel. He's in position 9. You can bet this super experienced driver, one of the most experienced drivers here this weekend. His first car race was way back in the mid-80s, 1986, 34 years. He's been a professional car racing driver. Gets behind the wheel for the first time today of the 188 Audi. And of course, we know him as a world-class touring car driver, particularly when he did win those two independent titles in the British Touring Car Championship, which will surely go down in history as possibly the greatest touring car championship ever. That was the BTCC in the Hallican days of the 1990s, the glory days we'll call it, of the 1990s, the British Touring Car Championship. Wow, that was something else. And James was right there in the thick of it to take out the Independence Championship in 1992 and 1994. He gets behind the wheel. He's in position 9. This is Sergio Paulo Diaz, Team Aviasort Rennsport, the GT4 BMW from 12th place. The three Spanish drivers sharing the car with Bjorn Simon from Germany, and it is Felipe Valenza who gets behind the wheel. The driver from Sevilla down in the south of Spain, now living in Madrid. Experienced racer in the Clio Cup, Euro NASCAR series, all sorts of GT and touring car racing for Felipe Valenza. He takes over the wheel of the M4 GT4 BMW in 12th place. This is Miklas. Second year in car racing for Miklas Born. The young Swiss driver sharing the car with the Italian Roberto Ferri, Yannick Metla, and another Italian, Alberto Vescovi. Yannick Metla to take over that car imminently, the 31-year-old from Lucerne in Switzerland. So the two Swiss drivers and the two Italians. Yannick Metla also experienced racing in German Formula 3 in the past, but has concentrated on endurance racing, the VLN series in particular, which is so popular. The Nürburgring Langstrecken. I don't speak German, but basically, that's my very poor attempt to translate VLN, basically the Nürburgring Long series. Just about all these drivers have at least had one crack at the Nürburgring 24-hour race, or at least one round of the VLN series over the years. including Nico Verdonk, who you ride on board with. He joined us in commentary yesterday. Did the Belgian pro driver in the 401 Aston Martin for Pro Sport Racing. He's in 11th place, and critically, he's first in the GT4 category. If they can finish in that position, they would claim the 24-hour series GT4 championship for 2020. The tracks 720, this amazing Lamborghini GT3 Huracan, the V10, pushing out over 600 horsepower. Such a shame they hit the barriers just lightly enough to do damage in the warm-up on a wet track yesterday. Started from pit lane, well over half an hour behind the rest of the pack, and they haven't recovered from there. Also an incident, or a trip into the gravel as well, cost them time. That brought out the first code 60 or full course yellow early on in the race. They're still circulating on lap 160 as Robert Renoir is about to complete lap 191 in the Herbeth Motorsport car 91. And when he does so, we will have raced 1,000 kilometres thus far here at Mugello. Goes across the line now, 191 laps for Robert. And with that, we have raced the big 1K, 1,000 clicks raced here at Mugello, and we've still got 4 hours, 48 minutes here to go. There's the Ligier of Guillaume Roman just exiting pit lane. We'll see if it's Stéphane Perrin who takes over. In fact, it's Daniel Wyszynski, the French driver behind the wheel now of the French car in 11th place. 226 for Nordschleifer Racing. This is the Lamborghini closing in rapidly on one of the BMW M4s just in front, as you can see. On the exit of Poggio Secco, the highest part of the circuit there, just runs off onto the ripple strip, balances the car nicely down through the gearbox. Borgo San Lorenzo. And then they race down the hill. The BMW is quite quick though. Have to wait for the straight part of the circuit. Massive grip, massive downforce, massive power for the GT3 Lamborghini. Into Arrabbiata 1 and Arrabbiata 2. Just trying to make out which of the M4s is just ahead, either Philippe Valenza, in the 451 car, or Oscar Grappa in the JR Motorsport machine. Incidentally, a good morning to our friends and colleagues racing the final round of Lamborghini Super Trofeo down in the south of France at Paul Ricard this weekend. In the GT3 Lamborghinis, a full field of them, just the one here this weekend. And after qualifying fifth, Arturs Betrax is starting to just find some rhythm now. Set his quickest lap of the morning just last time round. And despite qualifying in position 5, the Lithuanian Lamborghini, well, it's just a race, a lonely race to the checkered flag. One of the quickest cars on the circuit as he comes down the straight. We'll hear the V10 echo off the empty grandstand here at Mugello. 250, 260 k's an hour down into San Donato. It's Oscar Grappa in the JR Motorsport. BMW M4 just ahead at the exit of Poggio Secco, the highest part of the circuit. The Lamborghini on the back of the BMW. The GT3 ranges up behind the GT4. Through the right hand of the BMW, just tucks in nicely. Hooked up is Oscar, giving it everything. Is he right on board with the Italian Porsche? of the EB Motors team from south of Lago di Como. Nico Verdonk just slides by. The orange and white 401 Aston Martin Vantage GT4 car. Another lap, gets the tow from the Aston though. Does the GT4 car. Similar spec or the same category. The GT4 Porsche and the GT4 Aston. And the Porsche in a straight line. Well, the Aston is no match for the German machine, even though Nico is going quicker. Nico in 10th place. It just gets back on the exit. Car 101, Luke Broika's back in the box. Not for the first time this weekend. With the exception of the Lamborghini, who had to do running repairs prior to the start, I believe this is the only other car that has actually entered into the garage throughout the entire race. Excellent reliability we've had. But the Red Camel Jordan's team, the orange machine from the Netherlands, of course. They're down in the garage. The bonnet is up once again as you ride on board with Nico. Down into Arrabbiata 1. Aiming for the GT4 Championship for 2020. They're in 10th place outright, and they are the top GT4 car at the moment. Nicholas Bourne, position 5 in the TCR car. We'll check his time last time round, 2 minutes 4 for Nicholas. Nico last time round 2 minutes 1, but Nicholas, by virtue of just keeping on going, is powering around the circuit. 5th place outright for the GTI TCR Volkswagen Golf for young Miklas from Switzerland. Just 21 years of age, if I've got that correct. Second year of car racing. So here's the Aston, James Bond's car of choice, down the straight beneath the bridge into San Donato, into turn 1 at Mugello. Position 10 for the GT4 Vantage. Big moment there for Nico, big correction. Lightning reflexes from the Belgian driver. He told us yesterday he was not driving on the limit, but as we go into the second half of the race, he's now absolutely giving it to her. You saw a big moment on the exit of turn 1 as you ride on board with the Lamborghini right in behind Charles Espenlaub down the straight. Very briefly, the car in second place, the Americans. They split the Germans in the Porsches. Herbert Motorsport with Robert in position 1 and Vincent Kolb in position 3. Charles in second. 1 minute behind, so he's caught back up. He's on the lead lap as Robert Renoir in the Herbert Motorsport. Car 91 Porsche 911 GT3R. Charles in second, 1 minute 62 seconds in fact behind. This is Miklas just driving superbly. In car 112, the GTI Golf. Borgo San Lorenzo, the high part of the circuit. Now what's interesting, a few moments ago, you just saw a big moment from Nico Verdonk. A big correction on the steering wheel into the exit really of turn 1. Just cannot help but think that someone has just dropped a little bit of oil or something on the track because he was turned in. He was on the exit, he was accelerating, and the car just went from behind him. The back snapped out, he got out of the throttle just enough. Immediate lightning quick reflexes on the steering wheel to straighten the car up, and then kept on going again without an issue. New Hankook slick tyres at the last stop. So it's not as if they've gone or they're approaching their end of their life. The Hankook tyre, of course, officially powering the 24-hour series. We're fueled by Panther. But all the cars here racing, of course, on the official control tyre, or tyre supplier, which is Hankook, powering the 24-hour series. Incidentally, check out the official website 24hseries.com, because we have announced a magnificent calendar for 2021, when everything will be perfectly back to normal. I'd like to believe that. As Luke Broikers exits pit lane, so another long stop. In fact, it's his father Evo who's behind the wheel of car 101. Nicholas Bourne comes into pit lane. 2021 goes into the refueling area, does Mikla. So that's been a good, strong stint. Almost 2 hours behind the wheel of the GTI. 2021 gets underway at Dubai in the Middle East, the magnificent city. If you have not been to Dubai, it's worth a visit. And what better way to do it than combine it with the first race of the 24-hour endurance series. Nicholas Bourne sits in the car as it is refueled by the 24-hour series Creventic team. And the week after that, the 22nd and 23rd of January, the non-championship race at the Yas Marina Grand Prix circuit. So it's the 14th, 15th, 16th of January, the 24 hours of Dubai in the Emirates. And a week later, Abu Dhabi. Back here in Europe on the 26th and 27th of March for this very race, the 12 hours of Mugello, the 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium, as James Kay locks up a brake on the Audi, and you get the view of that from Nico Verdonk's point of view through the windshield of the 401 Aston, who you ride on board with now. James Kay just in front in the Audi. Just getting back to the 2021 calendar, 12 hours of the Hockenheimring, the 22nd and 23rd of May, the 24 hours of Portimao in the beautiful Algarve region of Portugal, the beaches of southern Portugal. They will be a welcome sight after racing 24 hours in the Portuguese sunshine in the middle of summer on the 10th and 11th of July 2021. Then the 24 hours of Barcelona in the Catalan capital, another Formula 1 Grand Prix circuit. Then it is the south of Italy to Enna-Pergusa, the historic circuit, for the event which dates back to 1905, La Coppa Florio, the 12 hours of Sicily, or la 12 ore di Sicilia, della Sicilia. And then finally, the 24 hours of Sebring, the airfield circuit which hosted the United States Grand Prix back in 1959. That's the 24 hours of Sebring on the 13th and 14th of November 2021. All that information is available on the official website. As Nicholas Bourne drives down into pit lane, there will be a driver change here. The Autorama team. It's a good stint from Miklas, the young Swiss driver. Driven superbly. The car now in 7th place. Nicholas Bourne, Roberto Ferri, Yannick Metla and Alberto Vescovi. The car goes down off the jacks. The door is shut. And car 112 back in the race. Slick stop from Team Autorama from Switzerland. Leaves pit lane. James Kay is almost going to catch up to the Volkswagen in 8th place. Here's JK in the AC Motorsport car. As Yannick Metler, that we just spoke of, the 31-year-old from Lucerne in Switzerland, the former German Formula 3 race car driver, takes the wheel of car 112, goes down into San Donato. Yannick Metler behind the wheel in 7th place, now being caught by James Kay in the AC Motorsport RS3 Audi. So in the TCR class, I should say, Gijs Bessem is position 5 and first in the touring car endurance category, the first TCR category car. Gijs Bessem, car 175, 5th. Dennis Jasmin Preissig, she's in 6th place for Team Autorama Motorsport. Yannick Metler in 7th place, first lap out of the pits. 7th place and 3rd in the TCR category, James Kay, AC Motorsport, 8th outright. And 4th TCR car, and Kari-Pekka Laaksonen, Top Car Sport in the Cupra TCR car in 9th place. And the 4th of the TCR categories, Nico Verdonk in 10th, and the first GT4 car just comes across the line now, completes another lap. Up the hill into San Donato. Watch his footwork. Just eases onto the throttle already. Touches the brake. And then accelerates to the high part of the circuit down to Borgo San Lorenzo. And then this magnificent run of corners, Casanova over the infield overpass tunnel. As Ivo Broikers, another stop for the Red Camel Jordan's team, rejoins pit lane once again. So it's not really cloud cover, you can see blue sky thankfully at the top of your screen. That's more just the morning fog which just hovers over the hillside here in Tuscany. Not far from Florence or Firenze, about 30 kilometres away, where David, the statue of, stands guard over the town square. That's not the real one. That's just a replica in central Florence. The magnificent countryside, one of the most famous regions of the world. And despite what you may have seen on various news channels, which purport to be professional news outlets, the sky is not falling here in Italy. The world is not ending. There's sensational scenes that various news outlets tend to broadcast. For the most part, well, let's just say they're not exactly the most accurate reports, but they are sensational and they do have you worried. You have post-traumatic stress disorder by the time you finish watching the news. The funny thing is, you turn the news off, you go outside, the sun is shining, it's a beautiful day, life continues as normal. The sky is not falling here in Italy. You know what I'm referring to. We're happy to be here on track. We are racing. And we even had the facility to have drivers, mechanics, officials take a PCR test to find out if they were going to be magically positive or negative. Interestingly, that cost €100. There's quite a bit of money to be made in PCR tests. And then it's almost like scratching a lottery ticket. Are you positive? Are you negative? How about, do you feel sick? Nevertheless, we continue on racing here. 4 hours, 30 minutes remaining. The EB Motors Porsche 718 Cayman, the GT4 car, down in pit lane. They're in 15th place. Marco Tallarico started the race this morning, or the second half of the race. So it's another driver change for the team from the south of Lago di Como, Lake Como, just right up near the Swiss border. And they leave pit lane now. 15th place, third in the GT4 category. The 718 Cayman GT4. Here in the sunshine, thankfully, finally, here at Mugello. There's Verdonk going through. There's James Kay just behind. And there is the race leader, Robert in car 91. Looks quick, doesn't it? Down through the right, the left-hander. Series of left and rights. 5.2 kilometres. This magnificent circuit, built back in the early 1970s in the Tuscan countryside, to replace the original road racing circuit, which was just a series of link roads between the towns. The original lap, 66 kilometres, up until its final race in 1970. The World Sports Car Championship, can you believe, raced here, not at this track, but the original circuit in 1968. The factory teams, the factory drivers, in the late 1960s, they set up the pits in the local towns and they raced from town to town on the open local roads. That was the original circuit. That was motor racing in the early 1900s. The original Spa circuit was much longer than the current version, as was Le Mans. Indeed, just about all the circuits, even Phillip Island down in Australia, the current MotoGP circuit, which is a magnificent track, about an hour and a half from the Victorian capital of Melbourne. That's not the original track. The original Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit was between the towns, or the town of Cowes. It was just local roads. That was motor racing until cars got faster and faster. The Targa Florio, the Mille Miglia, the 1,000 miles, town to town they raced, much in the same fashion as a cycling race these days. But as cars got faster, it just became way too dangerous. And right up until the Cannonball Run in the USA in the 1980s, which sort of did and did not take place, became an urban legend after a while. Well, it did actually take place, but road racing sort of sadly came to an end. There is, of course, still road racing rallies, but it's not in the same manner that it was way back in the day. Mugello was right there in the early stages. There's Yannick Mettler. Correction coming onto the straight at the exit of Puccine, turn 15. This magnificent circuit, which is now owned by the Ferrari Group, hosting the Ferrari World Challenge in 2019. The Tuscan F1 Grand Prix, of course, it's home of the Italian MotoGP. Just about every category of car racing has raced here in the past. Sports cars, European Le Mans, DTM, superbikes, Formula 2, even Formula 5000 back here in the day. The final event for 2020 is this, the Mugello 12 Hours, which we will race here once again in March of 2021. We're coming into the Italian winter, but the ice will melt, the snow will thaw in the springtime of 2021, the 26th and 27th of March, for the 12 Hours of Mugello, powered, of course, by Hankook. As you ride on board with the Abbey Motors Porsche in 15th place. We'll take a short break here at Mugello. You are watching us live. The final race of 2020. As the Lamborghini down in pit lane again for a scheduled stop. Artur Betrax was behind the wheel. We'll stay with this for just a moment. You can see the tape to the front right of the car, where they had to make quick repairs after smacking the guardrail in the warm-up yesterday, ruining any chance that they had of a result here this weekend. They're still in the race, And they rejoin after that scheduled stop, albeit some 34 laps down. Egidijus Gutravicius takes the wheel of the 720 Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Down into turn 1 goes the Lithuanian. We'll take a short break here at Mugello. This is the final event of the 2020 to 24-hour endurance series, the Mugello 12 Hours. We'll be back in just a moment.
voltage, battery. Battery, the battery voltage. Try again.
So it is still the Porsches of Herbeth Motorsport from outside Munich in Germany that run 1 and 2. Ralph Bonn and then Max Edelhoff in second place. Charles Putnam, the American, still in third place. And Manuela Gostner, she's waited to get behind the wheel of the MP Racing Mercedes, and she's still in fourth place, giving it absolutely heaps, but unfortunately she's still 11 laps down, trying to chase down the similar Mercedes of the Americans. In third place, Yannick Mettler. In position 5, James Kay. Now up into 6th. And the AC Motorsport Audi. This is on board with Ejadijis Gutravicius in the RD Science Racing Team Lamborghini Huracan. Still down in 16th place. And he is on his 200th lap as we speak. So this is something of a milestone for the Lamborghini team from Lithuania, with the 3 Lithuanian drivers and the 1 Latvian in Artūras Petraks. But it is Ejadijis Gutravicius who comes across the line. This is lap 200 for the Lithuanian Lamborghini. They go up the hill into turn 1, San Donato. So that is something of a milestone. You can see the window with the number 16, the LED display. That's position 16. Last all but one. But they're still circulating. They won't win the race. They won't get a podium. But they're still out on track and enjoying being here at Mugello for the final hit out of 2020 before we go into the 2021 season, which does start on the 14th, 15th, 16th of January in 2021. The 24 hours of Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. Ejadijis Gutravicius. Last time around, a 1:58. So still quite a distance off their best time in qualifying, where they did qualify in 5th position. Team from Lithuania also competing in the Aurum 1,006 kilometres. That's also powered by Hankook. That incredible race up in the Baltic nation where they close down the freeways and the local roads, old school style. Fabulous to see. We spoke about earlier, motor racing back in the day was town to town. It was road circuits, particularly here in Italy with the likes of La Targa Florio and La Mille Miglia. And of course here at Mugello, I've told you it a couple of times, the original circuit was from Borgo San Lorenzo, Scarparia, the local town, 66 kilometres, 1 lap. Up in Lithuania, they still run the Aurum 1,006 kilometres, which takes place in, I think it's June next year. It's also powered by Hankook. In fact, it's the 17th of July, 2021 at Palanga in Lithuania. It's not a racetrack, it is access roads on the local freeway. They set up the pits in the paddocks in the middle of nowhere in Lithuania. The very north of Europe. And have a 1,006 kilometre race. So endurance racing is alive and well. Of course, this is the final event of 2020, powered by Hankook. As you look at Adrian Speska, the Swiss driver in the top car, Sport Cupra TCR. Through Poggio Secco. Up the rise, the highest part of the circuit. There's the Ligier just behind. And there is Charles Putnam in second place. Coming for him in the GT3 Mercedes. Starts lap 203, does Gutravicius. Oscar Grappa, meanwhile, is down in pit lane. Had a good run yesterday, but has just fallen back through the pack. Has lost some time with some unscheduled stops in the E92 M3. 15th place. Max Edelhoff is down in the pits for a fuel stop, as is Yannick Mettler in 5th, and also Manuela Gosner. So now it all comes alive in just an instant. As cars in 3rd, 4th and 5th positions, Max, Manuela and Yannick, 3, 4 and 5, all down in pit lane. Ralph Bond across the line to start lap 239 here at Mugello. Charles, another lap in 2nd place. We wait for the race leader to come through. There he is. Ralph flashes the lights at Luke Broikers in 101, caught him up going into Boggio Secco. Instantly, there's race leader. Pulls out, takes the place. Ralph Bond on lap 239, the race leader, Charles Putnam, in 2nd place. And Max Edelhoff in pit lane. Manuela Gosner, she has just handed over to her sister Karina, who exits pit lane now, and Yannick Mettler is down in the refueling area. So Max should still hold on to 3rd position comfortably. He's got quite a lead over Karina Gosner, who takes the wheel, taking over from her sister Manuela. The 92 Porsche at the exit of pit lane. Vincent Kolb now behind the wheel, still in 3rd place on lap 237. Charles Putnam also on 237 laps. Ralph Bond starts lap 240. He's completed 239. So when Putnam comes across the line, Charles from Wyoming, USA, will be 2 laps behind Ralph Bond in car 91, the race leader. James Kay also pulls into pit lane to refuel the AC Motorsport Audi car 188. And he's lost a place to Yannick Mettler, who drives out of the refueling zone into his garage. So James Kay being refueled in the AC Motorsport Audi in 7th place. Konstantin Kletzer. We have to watch out for Konstantin in car 1. Got up to 6th place earlier in the race. Adrian Spetska, Daniel Waschinsky in the Nordschleifer Racing Ligier. 10th position also pulls into pit lane. Rodriguez Gillian, the Belgian in the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin in 11th place. He's on the same lap as Waschinsky in the Nordschleifer Racing Ligier and may well take him for 10th place. The GT4 Aston versus the TCX. Ligier JS2, who's being refueled at the moment. Oscar Grappa also in pit lane again in the JR Motorsport. This is 978. Jurgen van Hove from Belgium. The 991 Cup car, the Porsche. Heading in the Supercar Series of the Netherlands over the past few seasons, also in the 24-hour series. So the Porsches, Cup car spec and GT3 spec, about to come into view right now for Herbert Motorsport. Ralph and Charles as Yannick Nettler leaves pit lane off screen in 7th place. This is Luke Breukers. As Charles Putnam just blows by the Dutchman. That incredible GT3 Mercedes just accelerates away already. Breukers turns in. The father and son team from the Netherlands, 17th place on 174 laps. .241 laps for Ralph Bond. Charles Putnam starting his 240th lap in a moment. One of the 2 GT4 BMWs going through. Oscar Grappa is in pit lane. So it was Jose Manuel de los Milagros, the Spaniard. Flashing by, he's in 11th place. And Matteo Detri in the AC Motorsport Audi just leaves pit lane now in position 8. Alessandro Cutrera, the Ebi Motors GT4 came in 14th. On the same lap, in fact, as Jorgen Van Hove in the 991 Series 2 Cup Porsche, so the 2 different specification Porsches racing for position. In fact, there they go by. It goes Cutrera in 14th. There's Breukers. Matteo Detri on your screen, back in the race. Car 188, the AC Motorsport Audi. The fog in the background still trying to burn away over the circuit. We have had sunshine for the past couple of hours, and we are not expecting rain, which is a good thing. We did have rain on, I was going to say Thursday, Wednesday, was it? Today is Saturday. Official practice day was indeed Thursday, which did clear, thankfully. We are on a dry track. It is still quite cool here, only about 14 degrees Celsius. The sun adds 1 or 2 to that, but thankfully and critically, the track is dry. You can see a good overview. That's the view from outside or the top of the grandstand at Arrabbiata 2. Looking back towards turn 15, the final corner of the circuit, the pit complex, the hills in the background. They race down the hill from Casanova, highest part of the circuit. Built back in 1972, 3. I can't remember. I wasn't here, of course. A few people in the paddock were, we mentioned Arturo Mazzario, who is one of the few drivers to have raced on the old 66 kilometre circuit, which passed by right about where this camera position was from Borgo San Lorenzo, Scarperia. 66 kilometres. The old track which closed. They just stopped using the roads in 1970, 2 years after the World Sports Car Championship. Can you imagine that? The World Endurance Championship, the final round of the 2020 season for our colleagues over in the Middle East. They're in Bahrain today. Can you imagine back in the day, the prototypes of the day? Or just imagine the World Endurance Championship taking place on a track which had 1 lap, a length of 66 kilometres. They're racing at the world-class circuit in Bahrain today. The LMP prototypes, joined by the hypercars in 2021. Back in the day, that was sports car racing. 66 kilometres, the original Mugello circuit. Arturo Merzario still with the lap record, which will never be beaten, obviously. And he also raced on the modern circuit. Actually raced, did Arturo, in the Italian TCR Touring Car Championship at Imola in 2019. We saw him walking through the paddock wearing his familiar cowboy hat, Texas style, a living legend. Of course, he dragged the now late Niki Lauda out of his flaming Ferrari at the Nürburgring in 1975, 6. That incredible, historic, grainy footage. That was Arturo. Formula One driver, as note, raced on the original circuit, still racing these days at 80 years of age. One of the few drivers, to be perfectly blunt, that is still alive, that does remember the old circuit here at Mugello. Ralph Bond pulls into pit lane, the race leader, to be refueled. He's got 2 laps lead over his team car, Vincent Kolb, car 92. So Ralph Bond down in pit lane. The Herbert Motorsport 911 Porsche. There's Karina Gosner going by in the sunshine in 58. That was Vincent Kolb flashing by in second place. Is Alessandro Cutrera, the Ebby Motors 718 Porsche. The Nordschleifer Racing Ligier leaves space for Charles Putnam, the American, in third place. Putnam is only 41 seconds behind Vincent Kolb in the race lead. No, he won't take it, we don't believe. Despite the fact that Ralph Bond is being refueled, it's a long refueling stop for the Porsches. And then a new set of Hankook slicks. As you look back, this is the view from the very edge of Turn 1 San Donato. The 1.1 kilometre main straight, which as you can see is far from straight. It's bent like a banana with a kink. It rises up, goes downhill, and then into Turn 1 San Donato, rising to the highest part of the circuit. As we've got one of the Porsches going slowly on the circuit. It is Jürgen van Hove. So Charles Putnam has just flashed across the line in third place. Ralph Bond still in pit lane. Oscar Grappa is also there, as is Kutravicius in a thirsty Lamborghini for a fuel stop for the V10 machine. We have got a slow car in sector 1. You can just see before turn 1, that is Jürgen van Hove in the number 978 Porsche. He's just rolled to a stop. He came down the main straight slowly at barely more than walking pace. For the moment, it is just a local yellow. We believe code 60 is on standby. For the moment, it is just a local yellow. Ralph Bond is still in pit lane. We've only had 2 virtual safety cars, full course yellows. That was yesterday, or the code 60. We stay green for the moment. Ralph Bond is exiting pit lane. 1 hour and 22 minutes left on the clock here in the final race of 2020. I'm delighted to be joined up here in the commentary box by Manuela Gosna, one of the pro drivers here this weekend. Buongiorno Manuela, benvenuta a Mugello.
Hello everybody and buonasera a tutti. Grazie per l'invito, I'm very happy to be here.
Manuela, it is great to have you here as we count down to the final stages of the final event of the year. We were just talking off air a moment ago that 2020 has been a terrible year for so many people, but not for you. You've raced in the European Le Mans Series, you're here at Mugello, and of course you had your second start at Le Mans.
Yeah, it has been a tremendous year for all the world and for most of the people. But for me, it was for sure one of the best years in my life so far. We did together with Iron Dames and with Iron Lynx. We did for 2 times now the European Le Mans Series and 2 times the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and we finished both times in the top 10. And we missed the 3rd place in the championship just by 1 point in the very, very last race. So it was a great year for us.
And here racing with your family team, with your father and your sister and brother. We just got a glimpse of your dad, Thomas Gosner, behind the wheel of the 58 MP Racing Mercedes. How has the weekend gone for you so far as we get to the dying stages of the race?
Yeah, Mugello is a circuit which we love, and we have been here so many times, but it's an amazing track we love. And so far my family is doing a great job. My dad is not missing, it's doing, no, I can see, I'm very, I see all the times I need to check everything what is going on, and he's doing a great job.
It must be great to race with your family. And we were speaking off air before as we look, this is the Royker's car again down in the garage for the 3rd time this weekend. That's real bad luck. Let's hope that they can bring it to the checkered flag. But it's quite a sporting family, if I'm not mistaken. Your father, Thomas, a world-class hang glider, and yourself and your sister, professional volleyballers.
No, we did. Our passion was before we went to motorsport. Corina was playing handball, and I am playing volleyball.
Wow!
So we have been really far away from the motorsport for a very long time. Then 5-6 years ago, my dad and my brother were already racing, but we never thought about going in the cockpit. So. They said, we are going to test and come with us, join us and try a race car. Oh, okay. Yeah, why not? So it was very easy, and we tried the race car, and of course it's really unbelievable to try for the first time a proper race car is an unbelievable experience, and I think it's difficult not to fall in love with the speed and the emotions and the motorsport itself. So my sister and I decided from that day on that we would love to learn how to drive properly a race car. So we took a coach, and we did a few years of Ferrari Challenge together, all 4, racing against each other, which sometimes is not so easy if you're a family. But we enjoyed a lot, we learned a lot, and now we are finally doing the first endurance races, which I am very happy about that, because it was always my wish and my goal for the future to race together in 24 hours, in 12 hours, and around the world. And the Creventic Series is the perfect championship for that, for all the bronze and gentlemen and hobby drivers. It's perfect. It's an amazing organization, super professional, but really for gentlemen drivers, and I love this championship.
Let's not be modest. You played volleyball to a pretty high level.
Yeah, medium stage, but
Quite high.
No, really, not so high. But it's somehow very different from the motorsport. But I learned a lot growing with a team sport. So it teaches you a lot of rules and how to behave in a group and how to respect the others. And I have to say it's really a great school for life. If you are growing up in a team or doing sport or whatever sport, but I think it was great for me.
With your family, of course, synonymous. I think your father has been racing in the Ferrari Challenge for a decade at least. It's so many stars. The Ferrari World Finals were here at Mugello. I think it was last year.
Yeah, it's most of the time always in Mugello. Maybe every second year we are here in Mugello for the Finale Mondiali. So we are very, very used to Mugello.
And this year, we were saying to our viewers before that it was to have been in Misano last week. It's not cancelled, it's just postponed, a little bit like the Olympics.
Exactly, it's postponed for March next year, but it's still in Misano, and we have to see how everything is going so far. Now in Italy, the situation is not so easy, and it's getting. They close every day. The situation changes, and I think we will have a lockdown again. But
Don't say
the word. Don't say the word. Excuse me.
Yeah, but even in Italy, if someone announces it, it's like,
I
whatever.
don't know how to say it in a nice way, so it's really.
I think
it's not coming.
no, exactly. I think even if they do announce it, that most people will just politely carry on and, well, let's be honest, just ignore it.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, we can see outside the sun is shining. I was telling our viewers earlier, the sky is not falling, the world is not ending. It was bad 6 months ago, of course, but the situation is vastly different. We're here racing the final race of the year here at Mugello, a circuit that you know very well, and your father is still in fourth place. We get a glimpse on screen. This is car 91, Ralph Bond for Herbert Motorsport. They're a really class act. You're competing against them in the Mercedes, and they're in the Porsche. What's it like, Manuela, when you're out there wheel to wheel, the differences between the two cars? They're both German cars. You're driving the Mercedes AMG GT3, and when you're racing wheel to wheel, side by side with the Porsche, what is the difference?
I like a lot when I have mixed cars, when we have different kind of cars, because every car has has strengths and weak points. So it's really nice to observe where the Porsche is. Maybe some corners are better for us, and maybe some corners are better for the Porsche. And no, I like to race against the Porsche. The Porsche is in most of the tracks the fastest car. That's a fact, unfortunately. But I have to say I felt really amazing in my Mercedes AMG before in my double stint. So I feel really pretty fine in my car.
And compared to the car that you raced in the European Le Mans series, of course that's a GT3 car as well, so the same category of racing, but of course a very different race car with the Iron Dames.
Not really. Here we are racing with the GT3 cars, but in the European Le Mans series we are racing with the car we are using in the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and also in WEC, which is called GTE, which is which is the highest evolution of the GT cars, and it's much more performing than the GT3 car. I love to drive the GT3 because it has ABS, so braking is much easier. But the GT car is an amazing car. It has super high downforce, and it's an unbelievable good race car. I really love to drive the GT. It's really a pleasure.
So to race the GT car at Le Mans in the World Endurance Championship, they have chicanes down the straight now. I think 20, 30 years ago they put them in. As we look at Ted Van Villet in the BMW down in pit lane for, looks like their final change in car 703. The Dutch team, Oscar and Ted Van Villet, the final change. Top speed at Le Mans?
Not so high, maybe 280 to 90. Our car is not has not so many horsepower like the GT3, but we have super downforce and we are very fast in the corners.
So the difference when you're racing at Le Mans with the LMP1, LMP2 cars, that must be interesting because the LMP1 cars are pushing 340, 350 even.
We are really like stones for them. They are passing so massively fast. We are like nothing, like a wall, like a stone. I don't know.
But you're still going incredibly fast yourself.
Yes, exactly. And but I love a lot here in this championship that I am finally racing in the fastest category. So I'm not I can overtake. I'm not the car that is overtaken. I like a lot. But when we are in the European Le Mans years and we have the prototypes which are passing us, it's we get used to it and we learn how to manage and where to stay and how to behave, that it's good for them and safe for us, safe for both actually. So it takes a lot of experience and it's you can learn to manage that.
So here this weekend, as we look at your father coming through now in car 58, still in 4th place, and you can see on your screen he has completed 285 laps, starting 286, and this is the race leader, 300 laps. So here this weekend, you are in the fastest cars, you don't need the mirror, you're not looking behind you for the traffic.
No, it's so nice not to use the mirror, maybe. Nearly never, no.
So just on that, we've got 70 minutes left to race. This is Ralph Bond across the line, and he has completed now 301 laps. Just checking the order for you. Max Edelhoff in 2nd place. Shane Lewis, the American, in 3rd, and then Manuela Gosner, who joins us live in commentary, her father, Thomas Gosner, with her brother David, her sister Karina, they're in 4th place, and Yannick Medler in a TCR car in 5th place. Manuela, you are from, to say Italiana, you are Italian,
Yes.
but you are from Bolzano,
Exactly.
which is so far to the north of Italy. I think German is your first language, is that correct?
That's correct, because we are from South Tyrol, which is the northest province in Italy. But a lot of years ago, it was part of Austria. So our mother language is German, or it's an Austrian dialect. So like Swiss, a mixed, yeah,
Like
a
Scottish
dialect.
English
Yeah,
or something.
like that. And yes, and we speak also Italian. And
What? You say we speak also Italian. You are Italian.
I'm Italian, yes.
What do you feel, more Austrian or Italian?
No, Italian, totally.
Brava.
Yes,
Bravissima.
no doubt about that.
Even though your first language is German.
Yeah, that's like we grow up, unfortunately. But yeah, it's we grow up with both languages. It's a little bit like in Swiss. It's not important which language you speak. You grew up with 3 languages, but you are not saying because you are speaking Italian in Swiss, you are Swiss Italian, an Italian Swiss. You say I'm Swiss, and it's the same there. We grow up with both languages, but we feel like proper Italians, even if we don't want like that. But we feel like that.
Bravissima. So what are your plans for 2021, Manuela Gosner?
Oh, we will have another amazing year ahead of us because the Links and R&M's project is is taking place another year. So, but I think maybe we are going into WEC. And
Wow.
yeah, and so it will be a very challenging year again.
Wow, that is big news. That's the first that we've heard of that. Of course, the World Endurance Championship taking place today over in Bahrain. I'm trying to think, they are in the Middle East.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the race is... They usually race on Saturday in Bahrain.
They're racing now, actually.
I haven't seen anything, so...
I have him now.
Of course.
I was checking.
I just remembered, of course, Giorgio is racing with the Chetila team, and you
Exactly.
work with Giorgio. Giotto, of course, we're
Yes,
referring
Giorgio
to.
is my coach, but it's also my boyfriend, and he's racing now in Bahrain with the Settler prototype with Roberto Lacorte and Andrea Bellicchi with the AF course, and they are now driving right now. They have 40 degrees there. They're sweating more than we are now.
We're not sweating at all. It's starting
No,
to get cold.
exactly, cold and
Really
dark,
cold.
and I think he's in a better position for the weather right now.
Yeah, there's no question about that. Of course, right, Giorgio Sergiotto racing with Roberto Lecote and Andrea Bellicchi in the Chetila Racing LMP2 car. So that's big news if you could join him in the World Endurance Championship in 2021,
Yeah,
Manuela.
that's awesome. So we are racing against in the same racetrack. No, it will be very cool. I like it.
In GT cars, we're talking,
I don't know what he's going to do next year, but
but for yourself, if you...
for myself, I will drive with the GT
Okay.
with the same car like this year
Okay.
with the Ferrari GT.
Have you ever tested or driven a prototype?
No, but I have to say I really love GT cars because I don't think that it's too hard for me when you don't grow up with kart and formula and stuff like that. It's already very difficult for a non-professional to drive properly a GT car, but to go into prototypes, I think I cannot be as fast with the prototype like I am with the GT car.
Yeah, particularly as you told us, your background was in different sports, and I imagine growing up in the very north of Italy, you know how to.
How to ski, but not
There we
not how to drive a race car.
You're driving it pretty well, still in fourth place. As we just got a glimpse there of Guy Besham in the Cupra, who was in sixth place. We've got a full course yellow. Wow, code 60, the first one of the day. Full course yellow, Max Edelhoff into pit lane. Will this hurt or help them in third place? They may actually get the jump if they go. It is a refueling stop, so this might take them to the checkered flag. They have benefited from the full course yellow. Oh no, and that's the reason why. Wow. Thomas has gone around Manuela. His daughter sitting alongside us, but he's got up and going again.
Yeah.
Third spin for the car this weekend.
Yeah, we had quite a few spins, but fortunately nobody crashed. But it's always scary.
Well, Thomas has got underway. I'm not sure that was the incident that brought out the full course yellow, in fact.
Oh, I think so. It was later on that
Yes.
maybe he spun because he was avoiding the car.
Well, Geese Besham also went off the circuit, so there may have actually been something on the track that has caught out another few drivers. We're on code 60, which is full course yellow with 65 minutes to the checkered flag. The sun will start to set. It will get dark and cold when we wave the black and white flag at 5 o'clock local time. Thomas has rejoined. Max Edelhoff is in third place in pit lane, but has got an advantage of 12 laps. 13 laps, in fact, over Thomas. Wow, so the sensation towards the end of the race. Ralph Bond also comes into pit lane to refuel. Of course, they can only put in half the designated amount under a full course yellow. They cannot put in the full amount of fuel, just 50%. And this is the reason why we've got code 60 full course yellow. This is where Gish Besham went off the road a few moments ago. Not the only one to do so, but has rejoined. Manuela, this is a real old school circuit. There is not acres of bitumen runoff. It looks as though someone has dropped oil or fluid, and that is the reason why we lost a couple of cars. But if you do go off the circuit, there's grass and there's sand, and you are punished.
Yeah, but I love old school circuits. I love Mugello. I like Monza. I love Brands Hatch. I love all the the old school tracks. I'm very vintage for that.
Most people tend to agree, of course, when the Formula One World Championship raced here at Mugello a couple of weeks, a month ago. We don't know what day or month it is anymore, but they raced
Yeah,
here
2 weeks ago.
not long ago. But all the drivers were saying, hey, this is how a racetrack should be.
Yeah, I'm happy they enjoyed. I've seen just the onboards of Hamilton and the G-forces and everything. Wow.
How physically demanding is the Mugello circuit in your GT3 Mercedes?
It's really demanding. Mugello is a super demanding track. It's you're nearly always in a corner and in fast corners, and it's very demanding. My family started with was because they have been in Pergusa and Monza, which are not so demanding tracks, and they were coming here. Oh, we are going for double and triple and things for like 2-3 hours in the car, and said, "Oh, guys, you're this. I don't think this is a good idea." No, it's easy. And then I did the first 2 hours, and they said, "No, I will never ever do again 2 hours in Mugello. It's really hard. It's very tough."
15, 16 corners, 5 kilometres just over. As we see one of the Porsches down in pit lane. In fact, they're both in both the Herbeth Motorsport cars. And your father, Thomas, as well, for refueling.
Yeah. So yes, he will. That's great. If you can make a refuel now, that's a fantastic moment with the Code 60.
But you can only put in half the amount of fuel. That won't be enough for the checkered flag, I don't think.
No, it won't be enough. You're right. It's actually maybe we need to do a splash in the end.
How far do you get on one tank of fuel in racing conditions?
Go 1 hour and 15. If there is a Code 60 or something, or we say fuel, it's 1 hour and a half.
So it is possible, because he only rejoined around about half an hour ago, so it might just be enough. We might.
It's very close. It's
Yes.
very close.
Who does the mathematics on that?
Well, we have engineers and yes, a lot of technical staff which is doing all the calculations, and so it's not my job.
Fortunately,
Yes.
as we see, this is interesting. Max Edelhoff has been pushed into the garage.
Oh,
This is unusual. This might give you hope, Manuela.
yeah, I don't know.
For the first time, this is Ralph Bond, the race leader, who has rejoined after that stop. Max Edelhoff has been pushed into pit lane. Thomas Gosner just rejoins now from that fuel stop.
Yeah.
4th in the race.
I'm so. This is. I'm very sad for the Porsche guys. This is. I hope they can rejoin the race.
That's very sporting of you. It's the difference is 12, 13 laps.
Yeah, maybe if they don't come back, we will pass them, and it's good for us. But I really have deepest respect for everybody who is racing and who is giving the best and pushing to be first, second, and third. And when you are in that position, you also wish that nothing is happening. And everybody who is here, I really feel sorry if something is going wrong.
Well, let's hope it is something minor. That is very sporting of you to say, Manuela. We still are under full course yellow. Code 60, as you can see the clock at the top of your screen, 59 minutes. There was quite... I'm going to put 2 plus 2 together. Maybe I end up with 7. But we've got the Porsche in the garage, and we've got one car which has dropped an awful amount of fluid on the circuit. As we see the Americans, as Shane Lewis leaving pit lane. So let's hope it is something minor. Max Edelhoff is in the pits. There is Thomas Gosner just warming. The Hankook tyres, the sprint to the checkered flag. And for every lap that we do under full course yellow at 60 kilometres an hour, there is the hope that they can make it to the checkered on fuel.
Exactly. That would be the best for us, and I guess for all the other guys who who stopped for fuel. If you can have maybe 2, 3, 4 laps with Code 60, maybe it can be enough.
As the
Let's see.
BMW of Bjorn Simon leaves pit lane, this is on board with Rodrigue Gillion and the 978 Porsche of Olivier Dons also leaves pit lane as well. But Max Edelhoff, with 1 hour to go, the young German,
Yeah, this
25 years of age,
such a
leaves pit
pity,
lane.
such a pity. This is heartbreaking, really.
It really is. I know this gives you hope, but of a podium, but still, you don't want to see any competitor. Let's hope it's a minor issue. The gap was,
It's quite a few laps.
it's 11. So if he does make it out, that's, 12 times 2. My mathematics is poor. That's an advantage of around about 25, 26 minutes.
Yeah.
So they do have time to repair it.
Yes. Let's hope they are able to repair whatever is broken now.
So as you said, your father Thomas will take the car to the checkered flag.
Exactly. He will take the cut flag. He will finish this hour, and let's see if it's possible without splash.
Well, 57 minutes. That is Charles Espenlob has got back into the 85 Mercedes in second place. So the driver from Florida, USA, will take the 85 Mercedes to the checkered flag. Ralph Bond is the race leader for Herbert Motorsport. CP Racing have moved into second, a lap behind. And Herbert Motorsport, 301 laps, but parked in pit lane. Thomas Gosner, 58. In fourth place from Yannick Mettler. Wow, this does not look good. This is the car that was in second place. Max Edelhoff, the rear of the car has been removed. I said we'll add 2 plus 2 and maybe get 5. But I think 2 plus 2 equals 4. There's fluid being dropped off the track. And the Porsche is in pit lane being pulled apart. We have to assume that Max Edelhoff, the 92 Porsche, has got a pretty serious problem. And that's why the fluid came out. That's why Thomas was turned around as Ralph Bond comes back into pit lane as well.
Oh, this is a very a nightmare situation for the Porsche. It doesn't look good for them at all.
And their teammate Ralph has also pulled into pit lane. We are being told that we will go green within 1 minute. There is no safety car. It's a virtual safety car procedure, code 60, which will be withdrawn sometime within the next 60 seconds. So Max Edelhoff, car 92, in pit lane. Half of the rear is missing, and they're parked in the garage. Wow. We go green. And the race leader, Ralph Bond, is fueling up to go to the end of the race. Manuela Gosner has joined us up here in commentary for the final event of 2020. This is her father in the 58 Mercedes AMG, now with hope of a podium as the sun goes down here in Bellissima Toscana, down to turn 1. Goes Thomas Santonato, trying to chase down the unfortunate Max Edelhoff, who's parked in the garage. Manuela Gosner, grazie mille. Thank you so much for joining us here in commentary. It's been an absolute pleasure for you to share your insight with us. We'll let you go down and join your family, your team, for the rest of the race. Best of luck for
Thank
the
you
final
so much.
of the
Thank you
Mugello
so much.
12
It
hours.
has been a great pleasure to be with you. Ciao a tutti, tanti saluti da noi. Ciao.
Grazie mille, Manuela
Grazie
Gosner,
mille.
qui con noi. That is Ralph Bond exiting from pit lane after that splash and dash, and Charles Espenlaub has done the same thing in second place, trying to fuel and take advantage of the code 60 to the checkered flag. It looks as though they won't quite benefit as they were predicting, because we have gone back green. The driver change as well. Robert Renoir. 91, the Herbeth Motorsport Porsche in position 1. Just a lap ahead of Charles Espenlaub, although that will blow out to 2 laps because Charles is being refueled at the moment. Max Edelhoff, unfortunately, parked in the garage. What a shame for Herbeth Motorsport. They have driven brilliantly all weekend, all race. We get to the final hour and they're parked in the garage. Charles rejoins with enough fuel, we believe, to take him to the checkered flag in 52 minutes and 30 seconds time. This is Thomas Gosner in 4th place, and as Max, the 25-year-old German, is parked down in the garage, there is hope that the MP Racing Mercedes will make it up onto the podium. This is really unfortunate for Herbeth Motorsport. The gap is now down to 10 laps between Herbeth Motorsport, Max Edelhoff, car 92, and Thomas Gosner, car 58, for MP Racing in 4th place. The lights are on. Robert Renoir, car 91, the Porsche. Starting to get quite cool as well here at Mugello. No chance of rain though. We will race dry and hopefully green right to the checkered flag. As Robert Renoir descends from the highest part of the circuit. Incredible elevation change. At this track built back in the early 1970s, host of the Tuscan F1 Grand Prix, home of the Italian MotoGP, World Superbikes, DTM, World Sports Car Championship, Formula 2, Formula 5000, Formula 3000, GT touring cars, and of course this is the final round of the 24-hour series for 2020. Robert, on your screen, the headlights are on. That is Thomas chasing down the helpless Max Edelhoff, parked in the garage in 3rd place. The gap is down to 9 laps. Gosner on the charge, trying to get up onto the podium. They're working frantically down in the garage. This does not look good. You can see the fluid which dropped onto the circuit. That's why Gosner ran off the circuit. That's why Guy Basham ran off the circuit as well. We had code 60. Full cause virtual safety car period, because the normally bulletproof, reliable Porsche GT3 cars, well, this one has got what looks to be an almost terminal problem. They are working on the rear end of the car. Unfortunately, we cannot tell you much more than that, except that Max is not likely to rejoin the circuit in the next few moments at least. This is his teammate, the 35-year-old German from Dachau outside Munich, co-owner with his twin brother of Herbeth Motorsport, Robert. Car 91 on lap 308. Charles Espenlaub, CP Racing from Florida, USA, in 2nd place. Also had a fabulous run at La Coppa Florio exactly 1 month ago down in the bottom of Italy around the lake circuit of Enna Pergusa, where they finished on the podium. Herbeth Motorsport, they have won already in 2020 at Portimao, at Monza, the 12-hour race. Robert in the lead on lap 308. Charles in 2nd on lap 307. You can see the timing to the left of your screen. That is the laps completed. 307, 306. So we add 1 to that to note that the lap that they are on now. This is Konstantin Kletzer. right behind Geese Besham. They are a lap apart on the road. Geese in 6th place outright, would you believe, on 282 laps. Constantine behind on 281. The lights are on for Robert, the race leader, in car 91. The sun setting over the Tuscan countryside as we look from the circuit towards the city of Firenze or Florence. The dying stages of the final event of this strange year that will go down in history for all the wrong reasons. Robert Renoir wants to finish it on a high. He's in first place by a lap over the Americans. Charles Espenlaub, the fastest qualifier. Let's not forget that. He took pole position in the CP Racing Mercedes AMG GT3. This is Geese Besham, the Dutchman, Bas Kooten Racing, NKPP Racing, as the outright race leader goes by. Geese in 6th place, Konstantin Kletzer in 7th. And Yannick Medler, the 31-year-old from Lucerne in Switzerland, 5th place outright. Team Auto Rama Motorsport, the Golf GTI TCR car. There's Thomas going through Arrabbiata 1. Arrabbiata 2. This is the part of the circuit where fluid was dropped. We are almost certain it was from the 92 Porsche who's still parked in the pits. And Thomas Gosner at the end of this lap will be just 6 laps behind Max Edelhoff for 3rd place outright. It is Porsche, Mercedes and the Volkswagen TCR car in 5th place outright. The lights are on here at Mugello down the 1.1 kilometre straight. The 2 BMW M4s, or M3 and M4 GT4 cars. Robert around the outside, the Porsche GT3 on the GT4 BMW, the lights flashing. Goes past the first. Courtub just held up ever so slightly by the second BMW. Ted Van Ville. And also Sergio Paulo Diaz from Spain. Sergio in position 11 in the M4 GT4 car for Team Avia. Sorge Rensport behind Guillaume Roman in the North Schleifer Racing Ligier. They're in 10th place. In 10th Van Ville, JR Motorsport M3 E92 on your screen now in 16th place. Incidentally, Martinez Grishka, the RD Science Lithuanian Lamborghini, they fought back commendably. 267 laps. They qualified 5th. They hit the barrier in the warm-up in the wet. They started half an hour behind the rest of the field. They ended up in the gravel, still on a wet track as you go on board with Martinez Grishka, the Lithuanian, in car 720. The ferocious Huracan GT3 Lamborghini. They've driven well. They've kept it on the island, so to speak, for the best part of 10 hours. In the dying stages of the Mugello 12-hour here in Toscana, the lights are on. It will get dark very, very quickly as Robert goes down the inside and takes Luke Breukers. They're still circulating on lap 230. 310 laps now in the books. Robert Renoir. $1,600 kilometres raced. So we will get close, in fact, to last year's total. What a sight this is as you look at the sun setting here in Tuscany. 330 laps completed in 2019 over the full 12-hour distance. We were to have raced this event earlier on in the year, but we will run out of daylight despite the fact the lights are on for practicality reasons. We won't race at night. We certainly will multiple times in 2021. But here at Mugello, we will take the checkered flag at 5 p.m. local time here in Italy. Robert, 310 laps done. Coming up to car 401. This is Rodriguez Gillian in the Aston Martin GT4. Passed by the Porsche GT3. You can just see the cement dust that was put down for the fluid as you ride on board with Gillian in the Aston Martin 401 for Pro Sport Racing. Replay of the race leader Robert going by and taking Rodriguez. Max still parked in pit lane, still in the garage. 301 laps completed for the Herbert Racing 92 Porsche. Thomas Gosner at the end of this one will be just 4 laps behind. At this rate, Gosner for MP Racing will pass the stranded 92 Porsche who's parked in the garage in 8 minutes time. So around about 35 minutes to the checkered flag if Edelhoff and the Herbert Motorsport team cannot get back out on track. Gosner for MP Racing will move into third outright. There is confirmation to the left of your screen. 296 laps, 297 at the end of this one. Clicks over now as he crosses the line. Does Thomas Gosner in car 58. Just 4 laps remaining for him to catch the stranded Max Edelhoff. Parked in pit lane. In the 92 Porsche, the 58 Mercedes is coming. He will catch him in 8 minutes. I told you my mathematics was no good. 42 minutes minus 8. Not far out. Around about the 34-minute mark remaining in the race is when we expect Thomas to go through into third place. Although the Herbert Motorsport team are still working on the 92 Porsche. Robert Renoir in the lead on his 312th lap. The lights are on. The menacing black machine from Dachau outside Munich in Bavaria, south of Germany. The southern part of Germany. Into Puccini, turn 15. That's Martinez Grishka behind the wheel of the 720 Huracan. Pulls into pit lane now, does Martinez. And it's a fueling stop as well for the thirsty V10 Lamborghini. This should take them all the way to the checkered flag. You can see it is a designated refueling zone. They do not refuel in front of the garages. The team from Creventic on hand to put Pentafuel, the official fuel supplier for the 24-hour series presented by Creventic, powered by Hankook, of course. And then they go into the garage area for driver changes, tyre changes, and any work that needs to be done on the car. And certainly a ton of work is being done on the 92 Porsche at the moment of Max Edelhoff. The gap is just 3 laps now between Thomas Gosner and the stranded German Max Edelhoff. Still Porsche, Mercedes. Thomas has got the scent of a podium. The gap was 13 laps. And he's just reeling them off one by one. It is down to 3 laps difference. Manuela Gosner, she joined us in commentary. And in an incredible sporting gesture, she hoped that her competitors would get back out on track. She did not want to get up onto the podium, but it does not look good for the German team at the moment. I say she did not want to get up onto the podium in those particular circumstances. But it looks all but inevitable They just need to get him back out on track and circulating. The gap is 3 laps. It was 13. This is Robert Renoir. 2 laps advantage over the driver from Florida, USA. Charles Espinal, his wife Jessica, watching on from their home on the other side of the Atlantic. Charles joining us in commentary yesterday. So much experience in GT racing over the past decade. Grand Am Rolex. IMSA sports car racing over the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, where we will race for the final time in 2021 with the 24 hours of Sebring on the 13th and 14th of November. What a tremendous sight this is. This is why Tuscany is one of the most famous touristic regions in the world. As the Lamborghini down into pit lane for their final driver change. Martinez Grishka gets out of the car. Another set of Hankook slick tyres going on the Lambo. And they'll race to the checkered flag. This is on board with the Abbey Motors Porsche GT4 Cayman 718. Aldrias Putkevicius has got behind the wheel of the Lamborghini 720 for the final time. Rejoins now. Crosses the blend line just a little bit. Just a little bit. Let's hope they give him the benefit of the doubt for that. Lets the leaders go by, does Aldrias Putkevicius. And they're on their 271st lap. So they have fought back well. Max still down in pit lane. Incidentally, the top TCR car is still the Swiss driver in the Swiss Volkswagen Golf GTI TCR car. Yannick Midler on 289 laps. Keith Basham a lap behind. And Konstantin Kletzer in the second Alto Rama entry in 7th place. James Kay, AC Motorsport in 8th place. Kari-Pekka Laaksonen from the Scandinavian Touring Car Championship. The Finnish driver in the Top Car Sport Cupra TCR in 9th, and Guillaume Roman Nordschleifer Racing in the Ligier in 10th place. Max Edelhoff still down in the garage. Thomas Gosner is now 1 lap behind. The sun sets here in Bellissima Toscana. Robert Renoir on his way to victory, it would seem, here this afternoon. Thomas Gosner, car 58. Next time round will be on the same lap as Max Edelhoff, but he's parked in the garage. Thomas Gosner from 13 laps behind. They've had 3 spins in the race. Thomas yesterday, Karina this afternoon. Thomas a few moments ago, although that was not his fault, there was oil parked on the circuit or dropped on the circuit, which caught out himself and also Guy Basham in the 175 Cupra. That brought out the code 60 full course yellow. And Thomas Gosner 1 lap away from taking 3rd place. Here is Thomas Gosner, who is now on the same lap as Max Edelhoff. The big difference is that Max is parked in the garage. Thomas absolutely hooked up in the AMG Mercedes. Last time around, a 154.678. Last time around for Max Edelhoff, well, he didn't do a lap. He's parked in the garage. This is the fight, or the path. There is no fight for the final podium position, car 58. The sun sets here in Tuscany from 13 laps down. The Porsche 92 of Herbeth Motorsport with what seems to be a terminal issue. And Thomas Gosner has just reeled them off the laps one by one from 13 laps behind. Will come past next time to complete 301 laps. Start his 302nd, and with that, move into third place in the race. On board the Ebbie Motors Porsche GT4. Keeps out of the way for the leaders coming through. There's Charles Espenlaub just behind the similar machine of Thomas. So Charles behind Thomas, but Charles second in the race. Move down the inside from Thomas. Takes the Lamborghini at the very last moment. Andreas Putkevicius looked as though he didn't see the green machine. Two Mercedes-Benz GT3 cars coming up behind him. This is James Kane, the 188 Audi going through. And with this, he crosses the line. Thomas Gosner, car 58. MP Racing is now in third place. He can let Charles Espenlaub go by him. This is not a battle for the position. Charles Espenlaub from the Americas. He's in second place. The blue flag flies. Thomas can afford to let him pass. Gets on the brakes. That was close. Espenlaub on the charge. He hasn't given up hope of taking the victory. There's still half an hour to race. The sun gets in their eyes. It will disappear behind the mountains and the country hillside here in Tuscany in a few moments' time. Charles Espenlaub comes up behind traffic. One of the TCR cars again. And there's Thomas going through. He is in third place. This is tremendously bad luck for Max Edelhoff. Falls back to fourth. Parked in the garage. Thomas Gosner, David Gosner, Corina Gosner and Manuela Gosner. Position 3 in the MP Racing Mercedes AMG GT3. It's not the circumstances in which they wanted to do it. Max still parked down in the garage going nowhere and at risk of losing that place as well to Yannick Mettler. Yannick in the Autorama Volkswagen. The TCR car on 291 laps. So may well pass the 301, 10 laps. Max doesn't make it out. That Yannick Mettler 1112 Volkswagen may well take fourth place outright ahead of the GT4 cars, the 991 Cup cars, and the TCX cars as well. This is Charles on track for second place at least. He's a lap behind the race leader, Robert Renoir, who's giving it absolutely everything. Behind the red Ligier goes the Mercedes of the American. Takes him around the outside, the blue flag being waved. Guillaume leaves space in the Nordschleifer Racing 226 car. There is James Kay. Down the inside goes the two-time Independence British Touring Car champion. He's in 8th place. Just behind him on the road is Yannick Mettler, but he's 3 places ahead of him in the race. 292 laps to Yannick Mettler, Autorama Motorsport. And James Kay in 8th place on 290 laps. The British Touring Car Championship veteran of 3 decades, no less. JK giving it absolutely everything in the AC Motorsport Audi car 188. Will take it to the checkered flag. The EB Motors 718 GT4 and Thomas Gosner is now on his 304th lap as the sun sets here in Tuscany. Thomas Gosner, the MP Racing Mercedes, now up onto the podium. What a tremendous sight this is. The final race of 2020. The sun sets on the season here at Mugello, and Robert Renoir in the Herbert Motorsport 91 Porsche. Looks as though he's on his way to victory here this afternoon. Thomas, P3, starts his 305th lap here this afternoon. The 12 hours of Mugello as Thomas goes straight over the ripple strip. The self-releasing circuit. As we've alluded to, the grass, the sand trap, track limit's not an issue. The drivers know if they go off, they will pay the penalty. It's not a white line that they're worried about. It's the sand trap or the grass, as you can see. As Thomas races down through Casanova into Arrabbiata 1, Arrabbiata 2 in the Italian autumn. The final race of the 2020 season. On board with Rodriguez Gillian from Belgium in the Belgian Run Pro Sport Racing. GT4 Aston Martin, they are in second in the GT4 category, so it will be tight for the championship. First GT4 car is that of Sergio Paulo Diaz from Spain in the BMW M4 GT4 for Team Avia Surge Rennsport. The Ebby Motors GT4 Porsche Cayman leaves space for Thomas Gosner to go through. Just over 25 minutes remaining. And Yannick Mettler, we're keeping an eye on the 112 Volkswagen, who is in 5th place on 293 laps, closing in on 4th place outright. So another car has gone off. At the bottom part of the circuit, but managed to rejoin as Charles Espinal goes through, disappears from your screen. We wait. Here comes Thomas Gosner in 3rd place behind him, but there are some 13 laps separating the two Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3 Evo cars. Gosner on the podium, the Gosner family on the podium. Races down the hill. Into Arrabbiata 1. This legendary circuit, better known around the world of motorcycle racing, or because of motorcycle racing, home of the Italian MotoGP, which did not take place in 2020. The consolation was they did have the first ever Formula One Grand Prix here at the Mugello circuit, even if there were just a handful of spectators, numbering in, well, just a few hundred in fact. No spectators, unfortunately, for this, the final race of the afternoon. Final race of the season, in fact. We do sincerely hope that sensibly changes for 2021 as the clock ticks down to 25 minutes. The 12 hours of Mugello. Robert Renoir on your screen, the race leader in the 91 Porsche. 85, Charles Espinal, CP Racing, the American, in 2nd place and just a lap down, so it's not over yet. And Thomas Gosner, MP Racing, in 3rd place. We'll take a short break and then we'll bring you the run to the checkered flag for the 2020 endurance racing season. We'll be back in just a moment. This is the sprint to the checkered flag of the 2020 season. Robert Renoir on your screen, on his way to victory, it would seem, but we've still got 15 minutes and 20 seconds left to race. Charles Espinlaub, the American driver, in second place. 324 laps versus Robert Renoir on 325. Thomas Gosner has comfortably moved into third. In the MP Racing Mercedes, Max Edelhoff still parked down in the garage, and it looks as though he will lose fourth place as well, because Yannick Mettler in the Autorama Motorsport Volkswagen Golf TCR GTI will move into fourth place in 2 laps' time. What an incredible effort from the small capacity, the 2-litre TCR car, but they have absolutely wrung its neck to be consistently quicker than the TCX cars, the GT4 cars, even the 991 Cup cars, scattered down through the field. And goes the Lamborghini going through. This is Robert, starting his 327th lap. So despite the fact that we are going to race for 45 minutes less than the previous time we raced at Mugello, it was 330 laps. We may well pass the 330 lap mark as well by just a single lap. In fact, I'm sure we will. Lapping last time round 1 minute 52. So if we allow 2 minutes per lap, we've got about 6 laps remaining. We will pass the previous race distance of 330 laps. Coming up to 1,700 kilometres race, still some distance short, obviously, of a 24-hour race. Simple mathematics, we double it. Le Mans with the LMP prototype cars, they're competing over 5,000 kilometres in the Le Mans 24-hour race typically. As Rodrigue Gillian comes into pit lane for the final time, stays behind the wheel. Let's hope this is not a problem. Seems to be unscheduled. The 401 Aston Martin GT4. 12 minutes to the checkered flag. The lights are on. They're checking the front of the car, as you can see. And with this, they will almost certainly lose any chance of taking the GT4 category victory here this afternoon. 12 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. Rodrigue Gillian from Belgium, in the Belgian run Pro Sport racing car. Had a great run. They won their class at La Coppa Florio 1 month ago down in the south of Italy at the Annapurna circuit. They dropped the car off the jacks. There is something definitely not 100% with the car. They're working on front right. It's not a scheduled stop. It's not a splash and dash, obviously, for fuel. He's back out on the circuit, down in 13th place, sharing that car with Gary Schreiner and Nico Verdonk, second in the GT4 category. And they will just hold on to that because the Ebby Motors Italian Porsche 718 came in GT4. He's 4 laps behind them. Top GT4 car, Sergio Paulo Diaz from Spain in the Team Avia Sort Rennsport M4 GT4. Gillian heads back out onto the circuit. Robert Renoir still giving it absolutely everything. A 152.2 last time round. He has only got 1 lap advantage over Charles Espinlaub in the CP Racing Mercedes AMG GT3. Thomas Gosner, 313 laps, has now put 12 laps between himself and Max Edelhoff, who's parked down in the garage. And he's about to be passed by Yannick Mettler. Yannick is now on the same 301st lap, and next time round Yannick Mettler in the Autorama Motorsport Volkswagen Golf GTI TCR will move, listen to this, will move into 4th place outright. Ahead of the GT4 cars, ahead of the TCX cars, ahead of the 991 Porsche Cup cars. That's an incredible effort. Geese Besham, though, he's just behind in 6th place, and he's actually on the same lap. In the Cupra TCR car, as Robert Renoir makes his way past traffic. BMW is still circulating. Ted Van Vliet, they had some great speed in the E92 M3. JR Motorsport, but had quite a few unscheduled pit stops. This is the view from the Epi Motors GT4 car. And there is the Aston Martin GT4 just ahead of them. Jurgen van Hove is just rejoining pit lane now. A last minute stop to take them to the checkered flag. You can see the nationalities to the left of your screen, the team's nationalities. The American CP Racing Mercedes in second, ahead of the Italian MP Racing Mercedes in third. It's the German drivers, the German team, the German car under the setting skies here in Bellissima Toscana. Looking across the hillside towards the ancient city of Florence, Firenze, where David towers over the city square. And Robert surely on his way to victory on his 330th lap, despite the fact we are racing 45 minutes less in duration. In 2020, we will actually pass the previous race distance of 330 laps, over 1,700 kilometres, the equivalent, roughly, approximately, of driving from Rome in Italy to London in England. Robert races down the hill into Arrabbiata 1, Arrabbiata 2. Grass on his right, sand to the left, keeps it on the island, turns in this part of the circuit where his teammate dropped a ton of fluid, ending their race. And Yannick Mettler, with that, has moved into 4th place in the TCR car. Wow, what a performance. Yannick Mettler, first in the TCR category, 4th place outright. Geese Besham follows him through. Max Edelhoff just falls down the order, helplessly parked in the garage. Was running in 2nd place. Herbeth Motorsport looked as though they were on for a 1-2 again this season. But it's not to be. Robert in the sole remaining Porsche for the Herbeth Motorsport team goes up the inside of the GT4 car. Does the GT3. Across the line to surpass last year's race distance. 7 minutes to race for 2020. The final race of the 24-hour series, the 2021 calendar, kicks off in the United Arab Emirates on the 16th of January, the 24-hour race of Dubai. A week before the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi, the non-championship race. We're back here in 2021 in the Italian spring for the 2021 12 hours of Mugello. And at the moment it looks as though the reigning champions for that race in 5 months' time will be Herbeth Motorsport, with Robert Renoir behind the wheel. Sharing this car with Ralph Bond and Daniel Alleman, his fellow German and Swiss drivers, co-drivers respectively. Robert on his way to victory. The gap is just 1 lap though to Charles Espinlap from Tampa, Florida, giving it absolutely everything. He's lapping 148. 950 is his best, and last time round was only a second off that. In the dying stages of what has been a marathon race in a marathon year, less than 6 minutes to race. We passed last year's race distance, 331 laps. Robert Renoir on his way to victory for Herbert Motorsport. Espenlaub in second in the Mercedes. And Thomas Gosner, position 3, also in Mercedes for MP Racing. Blue flag is being waved for Jurgen van Hoover, with the race leader ranging up right behind him. Pulls around the outside. Good sportsmanship from Jurgen, gives him space. Down through Poggio Secco, the highest part of the circuit, rising towards Borgo San Lorenzo, named after one of the towns which used to make up the original circuit, where they raced through the town streets as early as 1920, just a few decades after the invention of the motor car itself. The historic, ancient, original Mugello circuit, which saw its last year of competition exactly half a century ago. The lap record still stands by Arturo Mezzario, 29.5 minutes around the original 66-kilometre track. Not much of it remains. It is just local roads. This incredible circuit, owned by Ferrari, is 4 minutes. Remains still in the 2020 season. At the home of Scuderia Ferrari, or one of their circuits, this is Mugello. This is the home of the Tuscan F1 Grand Prix. And this is Robert Renoir on his way to victory. Here this afternoon, the sun is setting, the lights are on, it is getting dark rapidly. Down into turn 15, Buccine corner. Still just one lap between the Porsche and the Mercedes. It will be a German car that takes victory. It will be German cars that finish 1, 2, 3, 4, spread between 3 different makes: Porsche, Mercedes, AMG, and the Volkswagen Golf of Yannick Mettler. The TCR car, 4th place outright. For Team Autorama, they're also in 6th place, with Konstantin Kletzer in car 1. Split by Gish Esham in the NKPP Racing. Bass Kutin Racing Cupra. James Kay, 7th place in the Audi. Max Edelhoff classified 8th, but discount the 2nd Porsche. He's about to be surpassed by Kari-Pekka Laaksonen, the Finnish driver in the Top Car Sport Cupra, and Guillaume Roman in the Nordschleifer Racing V6 Ligier, currently in 10th place. 2 minutes 30 left on the clock. We expect there to be 2 laps remaining. This is lap 333 that Robert Renoir is on at the moment. You can see position 1, the LED display in the left rear window. The Ebi Motors Porsche GT4 will come home in 14th place behind the GT4 Aston Martin of Rodrigue Gillian, which did run as high as 5th early on in the race yesterday. Down into turn 15, Buccine corner. Still just a lap between the Porsche and the Mercedes of the German and the American. Last time round, 151.9 for Charles Espenlaub. Last time round, 153.2. So he's 2 seconds a lap faster. Is Charles than Robert, but he's a lap behind. That's the problem. As Renoir comes across the line, this is the last lap of the Mugello 12 Hours. This is the last lap of the 2020 endurance season. Robert Renoir on his way to victory. It is getting dark rapidly here in Tuscany. The last lap of an incredible season. Forgettable for most of us, but it will be memorable for the Herbert Motorsport team. They've already stood on the top step of the podium multiple times in 2020. Think back to Monza. Think back to Portimao. And Robert Renauer down the hill for the final time. Into Arabiata 1. Climbs. Arabiata 2. This is Rodriguez Gillion on his final lap of the race now. We will tick over 11 hours 15 minutes exactly. The 12 hours of Mugello is about to end right now. That's the race end. This is the final lap. Robert Renauer just has to bring it home. The checkered flag is about to wave here in Mugello on the 2020 season. Robert Renauer just comes across the line. He takes the checkered flag to win the 12 hours of Mugello. What a marathon season, what a marathon effort from the Herbert Motorsport team. Robert Renauer, car 91, has won the 12 hours of Mugello, along with his teammates Ralph Bond and Daniel Alleman. They take the victory. Yannick Mettler has crossed the line, would you believe? Fourth outright in the Volkswagen Golf TCR car. Charles Espenlaub flashes across the line now. One lap down, 333 laps for the Americans. They finish a superb second outright. 334 laps for the race winners. And we wait for Thomas Gosner in the MP Racing Mercedes. They will take third place. In the 58 AMG Mercedes, there is your race winner on screen. Robert Renauer takes victory in the 12 hours of Mugello for Herbert Motorsport, the crack team from Munich in Germany. There is Thomas Gosner across the line now. He finishes in third place along with his son and two daughters, David, Karina and Manuela. But the winning team, Herbert Motorsport from Germany, in the German car, the 911 GT3R, the Porsche, they have won the final event of a tumultuous, incredible season for 2020. World-class team in the world of endurance racing, Herbert Motorsport from Bavaria, Ralph Bond, Daniel Alleman, and behind the wheel, the team owner, Robert Renauer. Huge commiserations to their sister car, Max Edelhoff, who will be classified in 11th. We'll go through the complete order for you in a moment, but there is the race winner in the darkness here at Mugello. The final endurance event of the calendar presented by Creventic for 2020. Robert Renauer comes into pit lane victorious. 334 laps for the winning Porsche number 91, Charles Espenlaub. The American Mercedes in second, and Thomas Gosner for MP Racing across the line in third. Here is the race winner, pulls into Parc Ferme victorious. Robert will step out of the car and will stand on the top step of the podium along with his teammates Ralph Bond and Daniel Alleman in just a few moments' time. The team from Bavaria in the south of Germany, with the 2 German drivers and the 1 Swiss pilot. Robert steps out of the car. Team Herbert Motorsport have won the 12 hours of Mugello here in Tuscany. 334 laps, just a lap ahead of the Americans who took pole position. Huge congratulations for Robert Renoir. Takes victory for Herbert Motorsport. Charles Espenlaub in second place, along with his teammates, Charles Putnam and Shane Lewis, also from the United States of America. And Thomas Gosner with his son David, his daughters, plural, Karina and Manuela, finish in third place. The giant-killing Golf GTI TCR car of Yannick Mettler finishes 4th outright and is the top touring car home here today. Here's the second place Mercedes of the Americans. Charles drove brilliantly all weekend. Let's not forget they did take pole position and they finished second outright, just a lap behind. It was close at the end. Robert couldn't afford to coast to the checkered flag. Takes the victory, does Herbert Motorsport here at the 12 hours of Mugello. Car 1, Konstantin Kletzer, finishes in 6th place outright, and 3rd TCR car home. Geese Besham a place ahead in 5th outright and 2nd TCR car home. The 3rd place, MP Racing, Mercedes GT3 of Thomas, David, Corina and Manuela Gosner. The green machine from the very north of Italy takes 3rd on the podium here this evening. Here's Geese Besham, just the 2 drivers of the 175 TCR machine. Geese and, of course, Harry Hilders. Bravissimo Thomas. What an amazing moment for the Gosner family. David, Corina and Manuela down there to celebrate a podium finish in the final event of 2020 with their father Thomas, who's brought the MP Racing Mercedes home in 3rd place. Huge commiserations to the drivers of the 92 Porsche, who were doing a great job in 2nd place. Max Edelhoff, Vincent Kolb, Robert Renoir and Alfred Renoir. Robert co-driving that machine does take victory. He was also piloting the 92 car that did not finish. Commiserations to Max, Vincent and, of course, Alfred. The Autorama team take 4th outright. Brilliant drive in the Volkswagen Golf GTI TCR car. Well, stay with us. We will go down to the podium. We will bring you the podium celebrations for the final race of 2020 in just a moment. Robert Renoir and the Herbert Motorsport team have taken victory here this evening, along with his co-drivers Ralph Bond and Daniel Alleman. Stay with us. The podium presentations in just a moment.
evito di dire alla pianese che nell'azienda dove ti hanno preso bestemmiano e tutte altre cose, magari è meglio la prossima volta. Come? Cioè, lo sa prof, è fighissimo. Mi hanno detto se ho problemi con le bestemmie, perché loro bestemmiano tutto il giorno. Un'ingenuità quasi dolce, dolce da un certo punto di vista. Sì, cioè, se è andato a dire proprio alla persona più, vabbè, insomma. Vabbè. Cioè, capito Riccardo? Risulta che l'ho mandato in un'azienda di bestemmiatori, capito? Cioè, che figura ho fatto io? Cioè, capisci? Cioè, però sono molto felice. Sono venuto in un posto dove si bestemmia. Sì, sì, puoi fare quello che vuoi della tua vita, guarda. Non mi coinvolgere in queste cose, per favore. Già, evitiamo. Di che sei al Mugello, dillo a tutti i tuoi amici, non dire che c'ero io, ovviamente. Sì, se no taglia il personale, cioè. No, 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 non ho questa influenza così da poterti bocciare ancora. Un giorno l'avrò, ovviamente. Ma tu non ci sarai più, quindi farò col nonnismo su quelli che arriveranno dopo. No, che sarai fuori, mi auguro per te che tu sia fuori di lì tra un po', cioè. Riccardo, posso spostare questa inquadratura o siamo ancora...
Great to be joined by podium drivers as well. And if I can have your attention for a moment, I would like to say it has been quite a year for all of us. I mean, we started off in Dubai with the biggest rainfall we have ever experienced in our lives. And from there on, we thought it couldn't get any worse than that. Now, well, let's see what happened after COVID came and changed the world altogether. But after all, some might think let's just forget 2020. But I would like to remind all of us to look back to the positive moments we had all together on the circuits. And without all of you, drivers, engineers, mechanics, everyone involved, we would not be here today. We had a great season in the end with many races, and we're looking forward to an even better 2021 together with you again from beginning until the end. So I would like to raise the glasses all together, if you have the champagne ready, and give a toast to the end of the year, to you, to us, to endurance racing. Cheers. I'm going to give the word now to Ian for the official podium presentation. We're going to move back behind the podium, ladies and gentlemen, and then we can start.
Ole Dorleman. I'm sorry, my German is less than perfect. It's non-existent. How about, first of all, a huge round of applause for the Creventic team for putting on the Mugello 12 Hour here this weekend. Un grande applauso. We're ready to get underway with the podium presentation for the outright category. Here, the outright race here this weekend. It was the GT3 cars that finished first, second and third, but we'll start with third, second and first. Outright here at 12 Hours of Mugello. It turned out to be a nail-biting finish in the end. Representing MP Racing in third place, the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. Thomas Gosner, Karim Gosner, David Gosner, and representing MP Racing, Manuela Gosner! Bravissimi. In second place, all all the way from the USA, it's the American team of Charles Putnam, Charles Espenlaub, and Shane Lewis. They did look as though they were on for a 1-2 finish. We know huge commiserations to the drivers of the 92 car, but the 91 Herbeth Motorsport car is victorious in the final race of 2020. Winners of that 12 hours of Mugello for Herbeth Motorsport car 91, Robert Renoir, Ralph Bond, and Daniel Alman. And the national anthem of the winning team, Herbeth Motorsport of Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, the outright winners of the Mugello 12 hours, and also in first, second and third place in the GT3 category. Third place, E Racing. Second place, CP Racing from America. And Herbeth Motorsport, winners of the GT3 category and outright the Mugello 12 hours. If we'd like to take the trophies for the official photo. The outright trophies and the GT3 trophies. The outright winners of the Mugello 12 hours for 2020. And now we'll run for cover as you launch the champagne. I just heard the words mentioned behind the podium. I'm not sure I should repeat this. Now the trophy, the podium presentation for the real competition. Moving on to the TCR, the touring car category. For the 12 hours of the Mugello, the giant killing performance of the TCR car, which finished 4th, 5th and 6th outright. So 3rd place in the TCE category in the TCR car, car number 1, Autorama Motorsport, driven by Konstantin Kletzer, Jasmine Prati, Philip Agnauer, Stefan Tanner and Yannick Mettler. 2nd place, the Cupra TCR NKPP Racing by Bas Kutan Racing. The 2 drivers, Harry Hilders and Geet Besham. 4th place outright, an incredible performance, and the winner of the touring car category here for the Mugello 12 hours. Car 112, the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Hour Racing, driven by Miklas Born, Roberto Peri, Yannick Mettler and Alberto Vescovi. And the national anthem of Switzerland. The touring car podium in 3rd place, Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing. 2nd place, NKP Racing by Bas Kutan Racing. And the winners of the touring car category, Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing. Now we'll raise the trophies for the photos. The touring car category for the Mugello 12 hours for 2020. Thank you, guys. That is the podium for the touring car category for the 12 hours of Mugello. We'll move on to the GT4 category and we'll go straight into it. The trophies are ready, the drivers are ready. In 3rd place in GT4 in the Mugello 12 hours. 3rd place in terza posizione la squadra, il team italiano. EB Motors, Alessandro Cutere, LMDV, Marco Taladico e Marco Frezza. In second place in 401, the Aston Martin Vantage AMR GT4. Pro Sport Racing with Nico Verdon, Rodriguez Gillion, and Carrie Schreier. The winning team in the Mugello 12-hour race for the GT4 category. Team Avia Sorge Sport in the 451 BMW M4 GT4. Bjorn Simon, Jose Manuel de los Milagros, Sergio Paulo Diaz, and Felipe Valenza. The GT4 podium. We'd also like to present the winning trophy to the car that took out the 991 Cup class. 978 Speed Lover team from Belgium with Eric Muitz, Olivier Dons, and Jorgen van Hove. The trophies for the photo. This is the GT4 category for the Mugello 12 Hour of 2020. And now we'll run for cover as you spray the champagne. Finally, the final podium for the Mugello 12-hour race for TCX Special Touring Cars and Silhouette Cars. In second place for JR Motorsport, it is the Dutch team Ted Van Villet and Oscar Grepa in the M3 E92 BMW. And the winning team in TCX Car 226, the Ligier JS2R, Nordschleifer Racing, Guillaume Roman, Daniel Waschinsky, and Matteo Santis. The trophies for the TCX Special Touring Car and Silhouette categories. Nordschleifer Racing take the victory and JR Motorsport in second place. And for the final time, the champagne.
No, we do something special for them, so we can announce they should be ready for the championship photo, the ones that won their class. I think so. Where's the camera? Oh, down here.
Ladies and gentlemen, this wraps up what has been a tremendous season for 2020. The Mugello 12 hours. It's getting cold, it's getting dark, but we promise you in Dubai in the middle of January, it will be an awful lot warmer. We will see you then for the 24 hours of Dubai on the 15th and 16th of January in the United Arab Emirates. On behalf of all the team from Creventic, everyone, qui a Mugello, buona serata a tutti, all'anno prossimo. We'll see you at Dubai on January the 16th for the 24 hours of the United Arab Emirates. Thank you.